session out on the racetrack. Austin Grady still your quick timer, but Darren Miller jumps up to second quick in the 6:47. Brett Shearer has a win. Watching on the National Racing Network broadcast. Welcome to Lanco's Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway for night number 2 of the Bud's Spring Service Labor Day Shootout. I almost called it the Memorial Day Open. Good way to start the show here, everybody. Happy Labor Day to you all. We are pleased to have you joining us out here for 4 big divisions of racing action. At this time, we need everybody to please rise, and gentlemen, remove your caps. It is our pleasure once again to welcome Renee Parks as she performs our national anthem. Okay, sorry about that. Once again, we need everybody to please rise, and gentlemen, remove your hats for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets flew clear
How about that one, ladies and gentlemen? Renee and Julianne Parks performing our national anthem. This is probably a decade or more that they've been up here singing for us, so thank you again for joining us this Labor Day weekend. It is a pleasure to have everybody joining us here, and it is time to go racing. We're going to kick things off with a makeup feature for the All-Star Slingshots. They were, well, I guess we can use the word almost. They were the victim of an aqueous aerial discharge several weeks ago. 23 cars going to be taking to the racetrack. 25 laps will be the distance. Here is your starting lineup for the Slingshots. One was the inversion pill that was pulled several weeks ago. That means on the pole, he earned the spot. He's going to get to keep it. The 56 of Andrew Turpin. 21J of Josh Wyant will line up to his outside in row number 1. Row 2 will have the 3S of Brett Spittler, 3rd, and the 13 of Blair Shanley in the 4th position. Row number 3, the 50 of Tyler Hoke, and the 5S of Sam Neary. Row number 4, the 3 of Dave Carrigan and the 75X of James Hendricks. Carrigan picking up the only completed feature win so far this season here at the Clyde for the Slingshots. Row number 5, the 55 of Scott Neary and the 78 of Aiden Donaldson. Row number 6, the 16T of Thomas Nettleship and the 7 of Shelby McLaughlin. Row 7, the 112 of Cody Klein and the 73 of Cooper Shanley. Row 8, the 3L Nolan Laser and the 7A Josh Patterson will start in 15th and 16th positions respectively. Row 9, the 54W of William Morig and the 78H of Kyle Hervey. Row 10, the 42 of Mason Pittenger starts in the 19th position. To his outside in 20th, the 4 of Corey Harding. Row number 11, the 39 of Nolan Palima and the 14C of Carter Wyant. And rounding out the field all alone in row number 12 is the 15 of Faith Turnball. Palima in the 39 went quickest in the hot lap session earlier tonight. Keep your eye on that car, who will be starting all the way back in the 21st position. 42 of Mason Pittenger rolls off in the 19th position. Mason always competitive. Also just ahead of him, the 78H of Kyle Hervey. One of the quickest cars you will see in the Slingshots will roll off from the 18th position. As part of the Race Chasing for Drivers and Fans Awards program, $25 courtesy of Ron Groff Trucking will go to the winner of tonight's Slingshot makeup feature. Fields making their way off at turn number 2. Lights are out. Green flags in the air. We are underway in the All-Star Slingshots. Fantastic start for Andrew Turpin. He's going to be your race leader down the front straightaway the first time by. Big moment down to the inside for the 54W of William Morig. He collects back onto the racetrack, but he'll tack into the back of the field. Going to be 3, almost 4 wide off at turn number 4. How they got those cars settled. Lap number 1 is in the books. Top 3 strung out. Top 4 now make it top 5. Side-by-side battle for 6 between the 3 of Dave Carrigan and the 55 of Scott Neary. Oh, hard up into the outside wall for the 3S. Yeah, that car back up into the outside wall again. He'll come to a stop in turn 4. That was big contact into the outside wall. The 3S of Brett Spittler making hard contact in the outside wall, battling with Scott Neary. That car finally comes to a stop. That almost looked like the right front corner broke on that. Fantastic pickup by our NRN camera crew on that one. Car went straight into the outside wall. Looks like the four-wheelers may have to get in front of that car, and he'll have to be towed off the speedway. Tough break for Brett Spittler. Started in the 3rd position. 6 laps in the books. It's going to be 19 laps remaining. Andrew Turpin and Dave Carrigan going to line up on the front row. Sam Neary and Sean Schellenhammer going to line up in row number 2. Lights are out. We're ready to go back to green flag racing. Turpin and Carrigan gonna duel off the corner. Oh, big hit for Aiden Donaldson. That car was half sideways. Nice, saved by the 78. We've got a side-by-side battle for the race lead off the corner. Give it to Dave Carrigan down the back straightaway. Sam Neary moves up, holds on to the 3rd position. He'll be tailed down the front straightaway by the 55 is Scott Neary. 2-car tangle, turn 4. We are back under the caution flag. That was a very, very hard hit into the outside wall for the 73 machine of Cooper Shanley. That car bounced around like a pinball just a little bit. 78 of Aiden Donaldson also involved in that one, coming to a stop against the outside wall. Taking a look again, actually, that was the 78H of Kyle Hervey. Those two 78 machines painted just about identically. A couple of sponsor differences, about the only change between the two of them. Track crew going to get everybody lined back up. We are ready to go back under the green flag. 4 laps in the books, going to be 21 laps remaining here in the All-Star Slingshot Makeup feature. Green flag back in the air. Beating and banging, a little bit of right side romance from the 5S of Sam Neary. He clears Turpin. Now Neary slides high off at 2. Turpin back to the inside. Turpin grabs 2nd position. Neary right back into the back bumper. Almost got the 56 turned around. Good duel for 2nd place. That one's going to settle down just a little bit as they get into turn 1. Couple of cars going around in turn 1. That is the 55 and the 78. Scott Neary and Aiden Donaldson, both of those cars making contact and coming to a stop in turn 1. Quickly refire. They'll tag in at the back of the field, but still 20 laps remaining. We did get lap number 5 on the scoreboard. So now at the front of the field, the 50 of Tyler Hoke, going to be your race leader. Andrew Turpin able to hold on to 2nd position. Sam Neary, Dave Carrigan will make up row number 2 for the restart. James Hendricks, Shelby McLaughlin in row number 3. Row 4 will have the 21J of Josh Wyant and the 55 of Scott Neary. Lights are out. We're ready to go back to green flag racing. Fields doubled up down the back straightaway. Green flag in the air. We are underway once again. Still 20 laps remaining. Oh, the 5S goes around off the corner. Comes to a stop down the front straightaway. Big move to the inside by the 54W of William Morrig. Nice job by that car. Able to dodge the 5S of Sam Neary. Also trouble for the 21J of Josh Wyant. That car comes to a stop down in the infield. Several cars making their way forward through towards the front of the field due to some of the issues at the back of the pack. 15 of Faith Turnbull started shotgun on the field. Faith up 5 positions. Big contact on the restart. We're going to stay under the yellow flag. So the 56 of Andrew Turpin will head to the back of the pack, falling from second to last, hearing that a warning is going to be issued to the 50 of Tyler Hoke. This is the 5th caution flag, so every restart the rest of the way will be single file in nature. 5 laps down, 20 still remain to go. Single file restart, green flag back in the air. We're underway. Tyler Hoke holds on to the race lead. Side-by-side battle between the 3 of Dave Carrigan and the 75 of James Hendricks. Hendricks grabs the 2nd position. Carrigan falls back to 3rd, just in front of the side-by-side battle for the 4th position between Shelby McLaughlin and Cody Klein. Those cars still dueling side-by-side. McLaughlin gets up into the back bumper of Carrigan just a little bit, tries to force him out of the way. The first of the Teddy Christopher bumps as Cody Klein now gets back inside of McLaughlin off of turn number 2. Nice little soft slider there by the 112 of Cody Klein. Trouble for the 14 machine. He's going to pull into the infield. Carter Wyant comes to a stop. Oh, big contact towards the back of the pack. That was Kyle Hervey and the 56 of Turpin. Still battling side by side. Now the 112 of Cody Klein is going to pick up the 3rd position from Dave Carrigan. Here comes the 13 of Blair Shanley looking to the inside of Shelby McLaughlin in the battle for the 5th position. Couple of cars making contact. The 5S will come to a stop. Caution flag is out. Also the 15 of Faith Turnbull stopping in the infield as the 5S of Sam Neary stops just in the restart zone on the back straightaway. With our Not Your Mama's Kitchen raffle concluding this weekend, we'll make our first 5 prize winner announcements. If you're here, you can head on up to the stand and claim your prize. Amanda Rach, R-A-C-H, Amanda Roch from Newark, Delaware. Bruce Horst from Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Pat Holly from Pottsville, Pennsylvania. Matt Stoltzfus and Jason Boyer. You are the 5 first winners of the Not Yours Mama's Kitchen concession stand Labor Day raffle. I guess numbers 11 through 15, since they pulled a whole bunch of them yesterday as well. Field getting ready to go back to green flag racing. Tyler Hogue still the race leader. James Hendricks all over his back bumper as they get into the restart zone. Everybody cleanly back under power. We'll see if they get clean and green off of turn number 4. They do. No battle for the race lead as Hogue able to open up a 2-car length advantage as they get down in towards turn number 3. Great battle back in the pack just a little bit. That's going to be the 7A of Josh Patterson leading the train across the line. Also the 16T, Thomas Nettleship, the 55 of Scott Neary there as well. And the 39 of Roger Collins. That's going to be 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th. Beating and banging side by side for the 5th position as well. Put Shelby McLaughlin ahead of Blair Shanley at the just past the start finish line for the 5th position. Heavy contact with the 39 of Roger Collins. Collins gets a little bit of right side romance from Kyle Hervey as they go into turn number 1. He's going to bring Andrew Turpin with him. Turpin clips the infield tires, flips them around just a little bit. Collins bounces it up off the outside retaining wall. He will have to his inside the 4 of Ben Laser. Trouble for the 3 down the front straightaway. That car will pull off and get into the infield, as race leader Tyler Hogue has opened up a 1.8 second advantage over the 75X of James Hendricks. Caution on the Speedway 1 car going around in turn number 1. That is the 16T of Thomas Nettleship. So Nettleship's going to tack in at the back of the field. Tyler Hogue still going to be your race leader with 16 laps on the scoreboard. 9 remaining here. Just approaching the 15-minute mark. Everybody bumper to bumper through the top 5 off of turn number 4 on the restart. I think Hogue tried to get on the binders just a hair, sneak away, and instead he kept everybody on his back bumper. Now he's able to spread the gap out just a little bit. These cars hitting a little bit of a hole that's developing right in the middle of turns 3 and 4, bouncing them around pretty hard. Tyler Hogue holds on to the race lead. We'll call it 4 car lengths off the corner. Dave Carrigan going to have Shelby McLaughlin and Josh Patterson battling right behind him. McLaughlin slides to the outside. Patterson looks to the inside down the back straightaway. Patterson cleanly around, and he's going to bring the 7A with him as well. Caution flag on the speedway. Trouble for the 42 of Mason Pittenger. Front tires pointing the wrong directions on that machine. He will absolutely require the hook to get off the racetrack. So with 19 laps on the scoreboard, still 6 laps remaining. 42 of Pittenger will be towed off into the infield. Several cars able to make their way out the pit gate. Fields gotten the 1-to-go signal. They're ready to go back to green flag racing. Tyler Hoke, James Hendricks, Cody Klein all going to battle amongst the top 3 to be the first checkered flag recipient of the night. We are back underway. The 78H, Kyle Herbie's recovered from the back of the pack. He's now running towards the back end of the top 10. Going to need some late race heroics to get up towards the front of the field. Shelby McLaughlin looks to the inside of Scott Neary off at turn 2. Oh, trouble. Hendricks goes around turn 4. Everybody able to split him and get around. That is going to be one unhappy race car driver. Hendricks running in the 2nd position. Looks like the 75 of Hendricks got into one of the infield tires, snapped the back end of that car around. Nice pickup by the NRN crew, getting the instant replay for us there. Fields getting ready to go back under green flag racing. Quick yellow. Tyler Hoke still the race leader. Green flag back in the air. We are underway again. He's going to have Cody Klein all over his back bumper this time. Several challengers, nobody able to make the big move on Hoke. As Scott Neary gets to the inside of Dave Carrigan, shuffles him back to the 4th position. Andrew Turpin in the 56 making a nice recovery back towards the front of the field as well. Hoke sets the fastest lap of the race. Last time by, we're down to 5 to go. Cody Klein's going to have Scott Neary all over his back bumper, but Neary's going to need some caution flag help if he wants to get towards the front of the field. Battle for second starts to intensify just a little bit. Neary closed into within a car length on the entry to turn 2. By the time they hit the exit of the corner, they were back to a full lap. Caution on the speedway. Trouble again for the 78 of Aiden Donaldson. That car going around in turn 4 puts us under the yellow flag once again with 22 laps completed. Just 3 laps remain in the makeup feature for the All-Star Slingshots. After this race, we'll get you some of the excitement coming up here over the next couple of weeks as well. Schedule-wise, green flag back in the air. Neary gets into the back of Klein off of turn 4. That's the battle for second. Neary gonna look to the inside. He's got the corner there. Door, bumper, heavy contact and clear. Moves Scott Neary up to second place with 2 laps remaining. Is Neary going to have anything at all for race leader Tyler Hoke? The lead was 3/4 of a second last time by. Caution on the speedway. Caution flag is out. Caution flag out before the leader got to the start-finish line. Big piece of debris out there in outside of turn 1. Lights are out. We're ready to go back to green flag racing. 2 laps remaining. Trouble for the 56 of Andrew Turpin. That car goes around in turn 4 on the restart. Oh, and they're going to wad him up. The race leader going around. Scott Neary involved as well. That almost looked like Tyler Hoke got on the brakes just a little bit. The 55 and Neary got right into the back of him. The 50 of the 50 of Tyler Hoke, able to recover his spot. All 3 cars, in fact, that were involved there at the second incident off of turn 2 will get their positions back. 55 of Neary and the 7 of Shelby McLaughlin all going to head back towards the front of the field. Lights are out. We're ready to go back under green flag racing. Still 2 laps remaining. Tyler Hoke trying to claim first win of the night. White flag is out. 1 lap remaining. Race leader Tyler Hoke has just over a half second on Scott Neary. The gap closes just a hair, but it will not be enough. Many challenged, none succeeded. Tyler Hoke picks up the win over Scott Neary, Cody Klein, Dave Carrigan, and Kyle Hervey rounding out your top 5. Shelby McLaughlin, Josh Patterson, Roger Collins, Blair Shanley, and Aiden Donaldson finished the top 10. So there's your race winner climbing out of the car. Tyler Hoke picks up feature win number 1 here on Wingless, night of the Bud Spring Service Labor Day Shootout. For those of you that are watching the live stream, we'll be right back with Hyper Racing Wingless 600 Heat number 1 right here on the National Racing Network.
like this. CC Performance. Our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
Free Geek Pen is an electronics recycling center which specializes in restoring electronics to usable condition. They turn salvageable parts from donated equipment into working electronics for those on a budget. The best part is your old gear doesn't end up in a landfill. Free Geek Pen also does computer repair. Find them online at freegeekpen.org. Give them a call at 717-721-2494 or stop by the shop on Main Street in Ephrata. Think freegeekpen.org.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
If you love them enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
I'm heading out, man. You want to ride?
No, I got my car, but I actually really need to go to the bathroom.
Dude, are you okay?
I am definitely buzzed.
Yeah.
I think I will take this, and I will take that ride home.
The National Racing Network live stream. One car getting a push off and then looping it in turn one. Look at that car refired. And it'll head off the racetrack because it is time for heat race action to kick off tonight. For the actual racing program portion of things. And we'll kick things off with the Wingless Hyper Racing 600s. Starting on the pole for this one, out of Mount Pocono, Pennsylvania. In the JPA Masonry, Amantia Real Estate Pencil Enterprises, number 88J, the Big Show, Joey Amantia. Rolling off in the second position, the 00 of Pat Kelly. Starting third, the 7B of Mitchell Bard. In fourth, the 11H, Landisville, Pennsylvania's Melinda Trent Residential Mortgage Services entry of Holden Ekman. Starting in the fifth position, the 4H of Alex Funari. And to his outside, the 22A of Adriana Delaponte. The 1 of Joey Jarowitz and the 20 of Matt Smith will make up row number 4. 7K of Stephen Kemery and the 15D of Matthew Donnelly in row number 5. Green flag in the air. We are underway. Fantastic start for Joey Amantia. But, man, here comes the big move to the inside by Patrick Kelly. Amantia slides just a little bit wide off it to give the lead to Kelly. Down the back straightaway, going to be almost 3 wide through turns 3 and 4. Here comes the 7B of Mitchell Bard, now looking to the inside of Amantia in turns 1 and 2. He'll claim that spot. The inside lane, absolutely the spot to be as Matt Smith goes bouncing off the infield tires. We stay green, 2 laps in the book, 6 laps remaining here in heat race number 1. And Pat Kelly is absolutely checking out on this one. 1.2 seconds up over Mitchell Bard. Amantia now looks to the inside for the second position. Going to be cross flags this next time by. Amantia back to the inside, trouble down the back straightaway for the 4H of Alex Funari. That car comes to a stop in the infield. Big flip in turn 1 and 2. Wild flip going into turn number 1. Matt Smith trying to get out of the way of Holden Ekman, who got caught up on Adriana Delaponte's cars on corner entry. Looks like he caught a right rear and absolutely hooked, barrel rolling wildly. Actually, yeah, Holden Ekman battling with Stephen Kemery. Delaponte had to take a little bit of evasive action. Matt Smith reacting to that. Takes a wild tumble. Good to see Matt Smith getting out of that race car under his own power. Matt, a multi-time track champion down at Spirit Auto Center Speedway at Bridgeport, has never found the success here at the Clyde that he's had at some of the other places. One of the nicest guys you'll run into in the pit area, though. Matt looks like he is okay. Track crew getting the number 20 machine on the hook. Also the 11H of Holden Ekman on the hook as well. Very heavy damage. You can see the whole top side of the cage on the 20 with some issues. That was a very, very hard landing for Matt Smith. Six cars now remain running. Patrick Kelly, the race leader over Joey Amantia. Mitchell Bard runs in the third position. Fourth to the 1 of Joey Jarowitz. Fifth, the 7K of Steve Kemery. Sixth, the 22A of Adriana Delaponte. 4 laps down, 4 laps remaining. Green flag back in the air. Field stays single file off at turn number 4. Here comes Jarowitz looking to the outside. That got Amantia thinking just a little bit. These guys can hear the cars that are running up to the outside of them. Amantia runs the inside line. Kelly just about a half car width further to the outside. Same thing through turns 3 and 4. Kelly exiting just a little bit higher. Amantia diamonding off the corner just a little bit, trying to gain some ground. Nothing there. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Patrick Kelly clear down the back straightaway by 4 car lengths and off of turn number 4. Slides it way up against the outside wall. Checkered flag in the air. Pat Kelly picks up the win in heat race number 1 over Joey Amantia, Mitchell Bard, Joey Jarowitz, and Steve Kemery. Kelly, the third generation driver. A lot of success out of that family. He'll pick up the win and some valuable passing points as well, starting in the second position. The way the format works for tonight, we're going to run heat races and then qualifiers, which are basically an invert of the heat races. You accumulate points the more cars you pass. So if you start at the front, you better finish there. If you're coming from the back, that adds a whole bunch of points to your tally. After the qualifiers, we'll have the cars that are locked in, and then everybody else will head to the B mains. Heat race number 2 for the Hyper Racing 600s rolling out onto the racetrack. Here's how they will take the green flag. Starting on the pole will be the 95M of Nate Miller, and starting on the outside of row number 1, the 55 of Sam Lamoth. Row number 2 will have the 41 of Logan Rumsey and the 20B of Alex Bright. 41E Eddie Morton, the 72A of Joe Austin in row number 3. Row 4, the 5A of Alex Rupert and the 11T of Tyler Tank. Row number 5, the 21S of Steven Snyder Jr. and the 22 of Fred Heinley. Green flags in the air. We are underway. What a move by Lamoth. Splitting the difference up the middle. Logan Rumsey goes around in turn 1. Eddie Morton makes contact. 2-car tangle. Oh, and heavy damage. Another car coming to a stop in turn number 2. .5A of Alex Rupert also involved in that one. Yeah, that is pretty heavy damage we can see on the left front of Alex Rupert's car. Nice pickup by the camera crew there, getting that car. Rumsey able to restart, but he is going to be in a big hole here for passing points as he started in the 3rd position, and he'll have to restart at the tail end. Eddie Mort started in the 5th position. He will restart, looks to be, I think, in the 9th position here. No laps in the books. Tough break for Sam Lamoth, who put on a heck of a show off of turn 4, splitting Logan Rumsey and Nate Miller. With 60 cars on the entry list and only 24 spots up for grabs. Not a lot of room to make an error if you're starting towards the front of the field in your heat race. Miller and Lamoth lead the field to green. Good start for both cars on the front row. And here comes Alex Bright to the inside. Bright gets inside of Lamoth heading into turns 1 and 2. He's going to go 2 for 1 in the corner. New race leader Alex Bright. Good battle down at the inside of the racetrack. Not often you see the bottom be the preferred line here at the Clyde. But these quick race cars are making it work. Oh, a little bit of contact there out of the 12. Top 2 getting away, side-by-side battle between the 95M and Nate Miller and the 72A of Joe Austin. They'll stay side-by-side down the front straightaway and into 1. Logan Rumsey now getting to the inside of Miller. Nice job by the driver of the 41. He's going to try to get back to the inside. He goes 2 for 1 as well. Fantastic pass by Logan Rumsey in turns 3 and 4. 3 wide coming off the corner, trouble for the 95M. That car slows in turn 2. Gets the fire back down the back straightaway. But now he's going to head up towards the outside wall. Battle for the 3rd position rages on. Joe Austin has it. Logan Rumsey wants it. Rumsey all the way up against the outside wall, almost making contact out at the start-finish line. 2 laps to go this time by. White flag is out, 1 lap remaining for race leader Alex Bright. Sam Lamoth runs 2nd. Logan Rumsey holding on to the 3rd position, and he is not going to be able to catch up. Off at turn 4, checkered flag. Alex Bright gets the win over Sam Lamoth and Logan Rumsey. Steven Snyder, Joe Austin gets around Fred Heinley at the line for the 5th position. Heinley, Tyler Tank, Nate Miller round out the field. Eddie Mort and Alex Rupert are both a DNF. Still 4 more heat races remaining for the Hyper Racing 600s. Then we'll have 4 heat races for the Wingless 270s, 3 for the Slingshots, and 3 as well for the Wingless 125s and 4 strokes. Here is your starting lineup. The 163 of Jeremy Harshman will line up on the pole. To his outside, the 14 of AJ Van Hart. AJ, a regular down at Airport Speedway. Row number 2 will have the 16X of Nick Groff and the R7 of Brendan Bright. Row 3, Cameron Bellinger and the 59 of Kyle Spence. 7E, Justin 70 and the M85 of Hunter Metzger in row number 4. Row 5, the 42 of Kyle Melvin and the 91S of Steven Dravicki. Green flag is out. We are underway. Trouble. One car not coming up to speed. That's the 7E of Justin 70. Bright looks to the inside. Going to be almost 3 wide. Here comes Spence high off at 2. Kyle Spence already up to 4th. Brandon Bright going to block his line off. Now Bright's going to have to try the big move to get around the 16X of Nick Groff because Spence is charging to the outside. Bright gets around on the inside. Spence comes around on the outside. Spence going to throw the slider in 1 and 2. Oh, one car goes around. It's Brendan Bright in turn 2. Spence threw the slider. Didn't quite get all the way up to Bright, but Brendan had to jump on the binders, and that snapped the back end of that car around. Not sure how a couple of those cars didn't go over, and Bright clearly unhappy with the 59 of Spence. Brandon Bright will have to head to the back of the pack. Fantastic piece of driving by the 35 of Cameron Bellinger. Not sure how that car didn't go over. Lights are out. We're ready to go back to racing. Jeremy Harshman still the race leader. Kyle Spence all the way up to the 2nd position. Almost 3 wide off of turn number 4. Back in the pack just a little bit. Here comes Nick Groff looking to the inside. He's trying to make the inside lane work, but Spence is really getting the momentum wound up around the outside. Big slide to the outside by the M85 of Hunter Metzger. Cross flags halfway home. Harshman slows just a little bit in turns 1 and 2. Allows Spence to catch back up. The lead was 1/3 of a second. How about we call it 1/3 of a car length as they get into turn number 3. Off of turn number 2. Oh, trouble for Harshman in the 163. Spins it around off the corner. Caution flag is out. Heartbreak for Jeremy Harshman in the 163. Started on the pole, was running 2nd, just losing the spot to Kyle Spence. Spins it off at turn number 2, and he'll have to head to the rear of the field. Looking at the replay, almost looked like he caught one of the infield tires just a little bit. The front wheels came off the ground, and it was just enough to get that car spun around. So Harshman's going to have a long row to hoe the rest of the night tonight. Green flag is back in the air. Spence holds on to the lead. Harshman trying to fight his way forward, but there's only 2.5 laps to go. Two distinctly different lines being run towards the front of the field. Spence all the way up against the outside fence. Nick Groff to the inside. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Caution on the speedway. One car goes around turns 3 and 4. That is the 14 of A.J. Van Hart going around. Looks like Van Hart just got it caught up a little bit. Got back on the throttle. That looped the back end around. Kind of the same story for Van Hart. He started on the outside of the front row. So he's going to have to make up a lot of ground here in the qualifiers. I guess the fortunate thing for AJ is starting up front in the heat race. He'll start towards the back in the qualifier. Give him a lot of chance to pass some race cars and pick up those passing points. And how about the front of the field? The 91S to Steven Dravicki started shotgun 10th. Currently now running in the 2nd position behind Kyle Spence, who started in the 6th position. 3rd is Nick Groff. He's a net 0 on the race. Started 3rd, running 3rd. Cameron Bellinger runs 4th, starting in the 5th position. Fields into the restart zone. Green and white flags go in the air. Going to be 1 lap remaining. Spence got the good start. He'll be the race leader cleanly off of turn number 2. Through 3 and 4, Dravicki looks inside, but it will not be enough. Checkered flag in the air. Kyle Spence picks up the win over Steven Dravicki. Brendan Bright comes home 3rd. Nick Groff 4th. Cameron Bellinger rounds out your top 5. Jeremy Harshman, Hunter Metzger, AJ Van Hart, Kyle Melvin, Justin Seveny complete the field. Halfway home, 3 down, 3 to go in the Hyper Racing Wingless 600s. Heat race number 4 pulling out onto the speedway. The 12E of Riley Emig will be your pole sitter. 66 of Billy Koch to the outside. 1B of JT Bratoski and the 14A of Mike Austin will comprise row number 2. Row 3, the 95 of Rockin' Jim Radney and the 1J of Gary Bazowski starting in the 5th and 6th positions. Row number 4, the 22K of Kyler Heine will start 7th, and the 144 of Damon Paul in the 8th position. Row 5, the 23 of Bradley Brown and the 117 of Cody West. Lights are out. We are ready to go. Green flag racing. Another stacked heat race from front to back in this one. Green flag in the air. It's a good start for Emig. Riley leads the field down the front straightaway. Koch looks inside even to the 12th. Oh, man, a little bit of a wiggle there. Back 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. That's Bratoski, Austin, and Radney. Radney now looking to the inside of Bratoski. Oh, big hit down the backstretch. Wow, they both kept their foot in it. That was Kyler Heine. One car coming to a stop in the infield. We stay under the green flag. The 12 of Riley Emig holding on to the race lead. Couple of cars come together. Turn 4, caution flag on the speedway. Kyler Heine and Bradley Brown. Looks like that was the 14A of Mike Austin that came to a stop there in the infield. Bradley Brown going to get the 19A refired. Just getting a look at the replay. Heine, just kind of the same thing that we saw in the last heat race. Back end steps out, car comes to a stop, and unfortunately for Bradley Brown, nowhere for that 23 machine to go. Four down, 4 laps remaining. Riley Emig holds on to the lead over Billy Koch and Jim Radney. Green flag back in the air. Everybody pretty well single file off the corner. Keeping it towards the bottom of the racetrack, except for 5th place running JT Bertosky. How about Damon Paul in the 144? Think fiberglass entry, runs the high side through 3 and 4, gets it back down to the inside of 1 and 2, throwing it right up against the outside wall again at the western end of the racetrack. Damon Paul fighting as well. Radney up against the outside, Paul down to the inside. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Riley Emig with the 1/3 of a second lead over Billy Koch. Top 5 single file down the straightaway. Kyler Heine making contact to the inside off of 2, checkered flag in the air. Riley Emig picks up the heat race win over Billy Koch, Cody West, Jim Radney, and Damon Paul. Gary Bazowski, JT Bertosky, Bradley Brown, Kyler Heine, Mike Austin complete the field. Have to thank everybody participating in the Race Chasing for Drivers and Fans Awards. For drivers that have race chasing stickers on each side of their race car, we have a total of 24 awards that are going out the door this weekend, including $200 from Groff Trucking for the best 2-day combined finish in the 600 class. A total of 4 awards tonight, paying $50 each, going out for 3rd place in tonight's features from Mike Skias Racing, Joe Keppel Racing, Ames Construction, and Ken and Janet. $50 from Wingless William Maurer for Sunday's 600 Class High Flyer Award. $25 from Ron Groff Trucking has already gone out the door to Tyler Hoke as the winner of the Makeup Slingshot feature. $25 from Big Jim's Videos for the 600 feature winner tonight. And then we also have random draw awards that will go out the door tonight, including $25 from the National Racing Network, Hanley Livestock Hauling, Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway, Mike Knappenberger Photos, Harrington Motorsports, and the Race Chasing Award Fund. Over $1,000 going out in Race Chasing Awards this weekend. Thank you to everybody who helps make those possible. Hyper Racing Wingless 600 Heat number 5 lineup. Matt Failer and Christian Bruno going to be on row number 1. Eddie Strada and Jacob Severn in row 2. Danny Lane and Brandon Heist in row 3. Jesse Maurer, Mikey Thompson, row 4. Cassidy Michael, Brian Kramer, row 5. Green flag in the air. We're underway. Big move by Bruno to the outside. Christian Bruno to the race lead in turn 1. That car was quick in hot laps. Oh, a couple of cars making contact down the back straightaway. Mikey Thompson gets bottled up. He's going to get shuffled to the back just a little bit. Cassidy Michael inching her way through the field. How about Cassidy Michael? 3 for 1 into turn 1. Cassidy now runs in the 5th position. We've got a battle for the race lead at the front of the field. Eddie Strada to the outside. Christian Bruno to the inside. Crossover move down the back straightaway. Strada and Bruno going to duel through turns 3 and 4. Oh, they're making contact. Bruno straightened Strada out with the contact. Here comes Danny Lane Jr. in the 25X to the inside as well. He's going to kind of get to the back bumper. Estrada down the front straightaway. Cross flags halfway home here in heat race number 5. Christian Bruno opening up the 3/4 of a second lead. Estrada runs in the second position. Lane doing a nice job holding on to third. He comes under attack from the 3 of Jesse Maurer. Mikey Thompson recovering just a little bit after his early race struggles in behind Cassidy Michael. As Cassidy comes around, Jacob Severn, oh man, bounces off the outside wall, catches Michael unaware just a little bit. That allows Mikey Thompson through. White flag is out, 1 to go. Race leader Christian Bruno down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. He will be clean to the checkered flag. Christian Bruno is going to pick up the win in the heat race, followed home by Eddie Strada, Danny Lane Jr., Jesse Maurer, and Jacob Severn, your top 5. Mike Thompson, Cassidy Michael, Brandon Heist, Brian Kramer, and Matt Failer complete the field. Eight laps in 1 minute and 49 seconds. And excitement from front to back and beginning to end. Very nice win for Christian Bruno. Started in the 7th position, coming around Matt Failer on the start, dueling with Eddie Strada the whole time, and a very nice run for Danny Lane Jr., coming from 5th to 3rd and battling with Strada late in that one. One more heat race coming up for the Wingless Hyper Racing 600s. Again, a 10-car starting field. And Strada finishing that one with a flat left front. So that tire is completely off the rim. Roger Martin up here in the booth saying, yeah, you don't need the left front anyway. Not the way some of these guys were getting around, and ladies were getting around this racetrack in hot laps. Once again, another stacked heat race coming up here. On the pole for this one will be the 5 of Jared Esch, and to his outside, the 96 of Corey Anderson. 6 of Colin White and the 10M of Preston Latimus going to make up row number 2. 15 of Josh Conover and the 7 of Aiden Borden in row 3. Row 4, the 22 of Ash Healy and the 12 of Joe Kay. And row 5, the 42U Tyler Ulrich and the 41M of Mark Landwehr. Fields in the start zone, green flag in the air. One car comes to a stop. They got bottled up just a little bit on the start. 42U with Tyler Ulrich. He'll swap positions with Mark Landwehr in the final row. We'll get them doubled up and try it again. That 5 machine of Jared Esch, normally piloted here at the Clyde by Heath Hanley. Green flag is out. Good start for Esch. Here comes Colin White looking to the inside. Not able to get the job done. That's going to let Corey Anderson hold on to second. Big move to the inside by Preston Latimus. Latimus bottles up just a little bit. Colin White clips an infield tire. Good run for the 15 of Don Hess. He's charging up through the field as well. Excuse me, that's Josh Conover in the 15 car. Normally piloted by Don Hess. White looks to the inside of Latimus for second. White clears that position easily. He's going to go after Esch for the race lead. Anderson really came down hard on Aiden Borden. In fact, there may be a little bit of a tire going down there. We'll see on Anderson. Here comes Nash Ely flying up to the inside. Now he's going to try to look outside of Borden off the corner. Not close enough to attempt the pass. At the front of the field, Colin White runs to the outside. Jared Esch still holds on to the race lead. White trying to make the outside lane work, but he's just not able to get the power down quick enough. We're down to 2 laps remaining in this one, and the battle at the front of the field's getting good. Oh, big shot in the tail tank. And he goes around in turn 3. Jared Esch loops it in turn 3. Got a little wiggly off at 2. Took the shot in the tail tank from Colin White. I don't know that that helped him get around at all. Almost looked like he just lost it on corner entry. Yeah, he had that car corrected. Nice pickup once again. The NRN Instant Replay crew working a fantastic yeoman's job tonight. Esch got loose off the corner. He got the back bumper from Colin White, but the car was squared up and he just lost it on corner entry. So Esch is going to have to start at the back of the pack with 2 to go. Colin White going to be your new race leader. Preston Latimus, Aiden Borden, Nash Healy, Joe Kay, your top 5. Green flag is back out. Going to be a green, white, checkered finish in this one as Latimus wheel stands it off at turn number 4. Might sell a t-shirt, might pick himself up a heat race win if he can get around the 6 of Colin White. He's got to jump on the binders. Latimus going to look to the inside. Slide job, turns 1 and 2. White drives it off the corner. Latimus looks to the outside. They're going to trade lines. Checkered flag in the air. Colin White holds on, picks up the heat race win over Preston Latimus. Aiden Borden, Nash Healy, and Joe Kay, the top 5. Corey Anderson, Tyler Ulrich, Mark Landwehr, Josh Conover, and Jared Esch complete the field. Coming up next will be heat races for the Wingless 270s, followed by the Wingless 125s and 4-strokes, and then the Slingshots. Then we'll head on into the qualifiers, all before intermission. I want to thank everybody who participated in the Not Your Mama's Kitchen concession stand Labor Day raffle over the last several weeks. 5 more winners we'll read off right now. Jason Hoft from Reading, Pennsylvania. Travis Walmer from Denver, Pennsylvania. Jeff Lukenbill from Seltzer, PA. Bobby Mrokod from Birdsboro, Pennsylvania. And John Rodriguez from Fredericksburg, PA. You are all winners in the Not Your Mama's Kitchen at Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway Labor Day raffle. Want to wish a very happy 8th birthday to Kaylee Cup on Tuesday from Cup Racing and Swavely Racing. And we'll have 3 members of the Lanco Kids Club getting to take victory lane photos tonight with our feature race winners. We'll announce those names here in just a little bit. 270 heat race number 1 is on the racetrack. Here is the starting lineup. 88D of Andrew Dietrich and the 25 of Tom Landwehr will make up the front row. 13S of Charles Hellinger and the 0 of Charles Chance in row 2. Josh Stoyer in the 8S and the 17J of Jared Imler in row 3. Row 4, the 20 of Corey Schmuck Jr. and the 22 of Clinton Hauser. Mike Rutherford, Richie Hartman, and Peter Perniciglio round out the field. Green flags in the air. We're underway. Keep your eye on that 14 machine of Richie Hartman. Oh, one car almost goes around. He does go around. Big tangle now. Turns 3 and 4. The 8S of Mike Skias went around in the corner. Also looks like the 22 of Clinton Hauser is involved in that one. And the 17J of Jared Imler. On corner entry, looked like the 8S clipped the 13S of Charles Hellinger, upsetting the back end of the 8S. spinning him around. Soft contact, or fairly soft contact anyway, for Imler and Clinton Hauser. Piloting the 8S tonight, Josh Stoyer. J of Jared Imler able to walk off under his own power, but okay, the 17 NY of Peter Pernasiglio was the car that was involved there. Imler, the black and blue number 17 to the inside. 17 NY of Pernasiglio was the car that was involved with that last incident, walking off with one of the EMTs. Still 8 laps remaining, trying to get this race underway. Green flag is out. Here we go again. Corey Schmuck Jr. up to the outside, tried to make the big move down the front straightaway. He's going to fall all the way. Oh, man, big hit for the 14. That car comes to a stop. That was some very hard hits for the 14 of Jason Swavely. You can see how much clay he took up out of the racetrack as that car bounced around. Swavely gets on the binders, brings the car to a stop, but he looks like he'll be able to continue. Tim Schocklab on the side of that number 14. Want to give a big shout out, say hello to Timmy Buckwalter. Hope you are doing well. Still not a lap in the book, so we're going to double them up and do it again. Charles Hellinger now going to line up on the outside of row number 1. The 0, Charles Chance. Inside of row 2, Imler in the 17J outside. Corey Schmuck Jr. now going to start in the 5th position. Three almost 4 wide through the middle of turns 3 and 4. Here comes Corey Schmuck to the outside, but the caution flag is going to fly. We do not get a lap in the books. It's the 5K. Mike Rutherford comes to a stop against the outside wall in turn number 1. So 3 strikes and you're out. Heat number 1 for the 270s. Now we'll start single file. They gave him 3 attempts at it. Green flag goes in the air. Oh, the 0 clips the 13S of Hellinger. Charles Chance goes around in turn 1. Still not a lap in the books here in heat race number 1 for the 270s. Green flag in the air once again. Take number 5. Down the back straightaway and into turns 3 and 4. Imler making a little bit of contact with Hellinger. Here comes Corey Schmuck to the outside. We got a lap in under green. Andrew Dietrich holds on to the race lead. It's a quarter second. Almost 3 wide off the corner. Corey Schmuck to the outside. Hellinger to the inside. Imler thought about it. Got back on the binders. Here comes Rutherford. Caution flag. Turns 3 and 4. 2-car tangle. The 0 of Charles Chance and the 25 of Tom Landwehr make contact and come to a stop. Safety crew getting those 2 cars separated out. Both should be able to push off and restart. We'll take a look here and see how much damage is on either one of them. Chance able to push off. He'll pick up the back of the pack. Landwehr now in front of the four-wheeler. Tom Landwehr pushing off into the infield. His heat race will be over. Eight cars remaining in the field. Green flag back out. We are underway again. Dietrich got the good start. Schmuck to the outside, Rutherford to the inside. Rutherford bottles up behind Hellinger just a little bit, but he's able to clear Schmuck. Heading into turns 3 and 4. Now Hellinger runs to the outside. Rutherford comes past. Schmuck's there. Imler right on the back bumper, the 13S as well. Corey Schmuck bangs it off the outside wall coming off of turn number 2. As Imler gets into the back bumper of Hellinger. These drivers know it is time to go. Imler to the inside, 3 wide down the back straightaway. Schmuck runs the outside. Oh, he gets into the back bumper of Hellinger. Smacks the outside wall hard. Corey Schmuck up against the outside wall in turn 2. We are under caution. Mike Rutherford recovering from his 4th attempt at the initial start issues in turn 1. Now running in the 2nd position. Andrew Dietrich still your race leader. So hearing the lineup looks good, we are getting ready to go back under the green flag. 2 laps remaining. Andrew Dietrich still your race leader, and that Haldeman Ford, number 88D. Mike Rutherford's 5K will line up in the 2nd position. Jared Imler in the 17J will restart in the 3rd position. Green flag back in the air, going to be a green-white checkered finish. Dietrich got a fantastic start. Here comes Stoyer looking to the inside of Imler off of 2. Here comes Rutherford for the race lead. Rutherford throws it in deep. Nice, clean pass by Mike Rutherford. He's going to be your race leader at 1 to go. Andrew Dietrich holds on to the 2nd position. Josh Stoyer comes up, takes 3rd away from Jared Imler. Off of turn number 4. Checkered flag in the air. Mike Rutherford picks up the win over Andrew Dietrich. Josh Stoyer, Jared Imler, and Jason Swavely, your top 5. Charles Chance, Charles Hellinger, Corey Schmuck Jr., Tom Landwehr, Clinton Hauser, and Peter Perniciglio round out the field. Heat race number 2 for the Wingless 270s, getting ready to roll out onto the speedway. Here's your starting lineup. On the pole will be the number 82 of Kyle Spence, and on the outside, the 77 of Mike Kreiser. The 16T of Ed Tires and the 29J of Danny Lane Jr. will make up row number 2. Row 3, the 96W Chase Walker and the 3S of Nick Skias. Row 4, the 19X Luke Fogg and the 77H Adam Harnish. The 19B of Alex Funari and the 63 of Tajay Adams in row 5. All alone in row number 6 will be the 38 of Brandon Heist. 11 cars, 8 laps the distance here for 270 heat race number 2. Lights are out. We're ready to go green flag racing here in heat race number 2. Down the back straightaway into the start zone. Green flag's out and we're underway. Spence loops it, clips the infield tire. Caution flag will come out. How did nobody else pile into the 82 of Kyle Spence? Looked like the back end started to come around on Spence's Gold Rush trailer sales, number 82 machine, before he got to the infield tires. But that didn't hurt him one bit, because that car was going around one way or the other. He'll tag into the back of the field. That'll put Mike Kreiser and Ed Tires on the front row. Green flag's out. We're 3 wide going into turn 2. Big bobble out of Ed Tires. He's going to fall back to 5th, now 6th, and he's got a Hornet's Nest brewing behind him. Trouble for the 96W of Chase Walker. That car broke loose in turn 4. He's going to fall back as well. Mike Kreiser opens up a big lead at the front of the field over Danny Lane Jr. and Nick Skias. Tajay Adams with a nice run. He's up to the 4th position as the 38 of Brandon Heist runs in 5th. Trouble for that 96W. That car looked very shaky the last couple of laps, and he goes around exiting turn 4. Track crew getting the 96W spun back around, and he'll refire. Tag in at the back of the pack. 3 laps are on the scoreboard. Mike Kreiser had a 3/4 of a second lead over Danny Lane Jr. That will be wiped off the board. Nick Skias runs 3rd, Tajay Adams 4th, Brandon Heist completing your top 5. Trouble down the front straightaway. The 19X of Luke Fogg comes to a stop just before the start-finish line. Luke Fogg will be pushed off the racetrack. His heat race will be over. Fields in the start zone. Green flag back in the air. Mike Kreiser did a nice job keeping Danny Lane behind him, not letting him build up any momentum. He's going to run the middle line. Lane to the outside. Nick Skias down to the bottom. 3-car battle for the race lead. Skias looks to the inside of Lane going into turn number 1. Danny able to keep the momentum up, as Skias was still right there. Oh, but he's got to jump on the binders as Mike Kreiser slowed just slightly. These top 3 still putting on a fantastic battle. Skias almost clipped one of the infield tires, had to straighten the car back out. That lost him just a little bit of room. He's going to make the top 3 single file, but Danny Lane still trying to make the outside work. Might have a little bit of a vibration out of the back end of the 77. Lane looks high, now he looks low. Danny Lane Jr. makes the big move to the inside on race leader Mike Kreiser. Oh man, bumping and banging all over the place. New race leader Danny Lane. Checkered flag, how about that finish, race fans? Danny Lane Jr. picks up the win. Brandon Heiss comes out of nowhere to claim second. So timing and scoring, finishing up the scoring from that last race as the transponder for Mike Kreiser's car had a little bit of an issue with 2 to go. May have actually been part of the contact. So heat race number 3 is going to get out onto the racetrack. Here is your starting lineup for Wingless 270 heat race number 3. On the pole will be the 19A of the Highsider, Bradley Brown. And to his outside, the 7L of Chase Laser. 26LR of Adam Minzer Jr. And the 4L of Ben Laser will make up row number 2. 26B of Tyler Martin and the 128 of Princess Page in row number 3. Row 4, the 05 of Daniel Vizali and the 17 of Cody Siegel. Row 5, the 08, Ron Ford, and the 72 of Jonathan John. Jonathan, the Jersey Devil, regular down there at Airport Speedway, also runs a good bit out at Bridgeport's Spirit Auto Center Speedway as well. So lights are going to go out this time by the start-finish line. We'll get ready to go. Bradley Brown, Chase Laser all in the front row. Bradley making his intentions known perhaps just a little bit. Pushing everybody the middle groove and higher through turns 1 and 2. Green flag goes in the air. We are underway. Good start for Brown. He's going to be your race leader off of turn number 4. Laser holds on to second. Minzer runs third with Vizali in the 4th position. Here comes Tyler Martin in the 26B. Up on the outside, he's going to battle with the 17 of Cody Siegel. Siegel looks to the inside of Minzer off of turn 2. He'll pick up that spot. Oh, Jonathan John got up over one of the infield tires. He keeps it running. Everybody towards the back of the pack has to jump on the binders. We've got a position change for position number 2 as Cody Siegel comes around, picks up the spot from Chase Laser. He's going to set sail looking for Bradley Brown, who was 1.4 seconds ahead the last time by the start-finish line. Whoa, almost going around is the 0.5 of Daniel Vizali in turns 3 and 4. He's going to run it up to the outside in 1 and 2. Big contact, hard into the outside wall, up and over. That was a nasty hit for one car into the outside wall. Looked like the 0.8 of Ron Ford. That was a very, very tough hit for the 0.8 of Ron Ford. The 26 of Tyler Martin able to refire. The field's going to go under the red flag here because the 0.8 of Ron Ford is actually caught under the guardrail. So they're going to have to get a pry bar out here and actually pry the guardrail off the car. So for those of you that are watching on the live stream, we'll take the commercial break here now as the field goes under the red flag. You're watching the Bud Spring Service Labor Day Shootout on the National Racing Network.
If you love them enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Free Geek Pen is an electronics recycling center which specializes in restoring electronics to usable condition. They turn salvageable parts from donated equipment into working electronics for those on a budget. The best part is your old gear doesn't end up in a landfill. Free Geek Pen also does computer repair. Find them online at freegeekpen.org. Give them a call at 717-721-2494 or stop by the shop on Main Street in Ephrata. Think freegeekpen.org.
like that.
Slingshots 600cc performance. Our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
I'm heading out, man. You want to ride?
No, I got my car back. I actually really need to go to the bathroom.
Dude, are you okay?
I am definitely buzzed.
Yeah.
I think I will take this and I will take that ride home.
Joining us on the National Racing Network live feed, you're watching the Bud Spring Service Labor Day Shootout. Working to extricate the 08 of Ron Ford, well, the car anyway. You see Ron sitting on the front of the four-wheeler. The car, however, is stuck in between the guardrail. It was a very, very hard hit. Pulling up the replay now, a little bit of contact with the 26 of Tyler Martin. That car hooked hard right and made really violent contact with the outside wall. Really, really glad to see Ron Ford is able to sit on the front of the four-wheeler. But the track crew now working, basically trying to pry the guardrail apart and get that car removed. Field is under the red flag. We are in heat race number 3 for the Wingless 270s. One more heat race coming up after the conclusion of this one. Then we'll have 3 heat races for the Wingless 125s and 4-strokes and 3 heat races for the Slingshots. Don't miss this opportunity to get on up to the Not Your Mama's Kitchen concession stand. So it looks like the car has been successfully unhooked from the outside wall. Now they're just going to have to get it towed off the racetrack, and then we'll refire the 270s here in heat race number 3. 3 laps remaining. Bradley Brown had a 1 1/3 second lead over Cody Siegel. That's going to go away. Chase Laser runs in the 3rd position. Adam Minzer 4th. Jonathan John, after some early issues, now runs in the 5th position. So now the field getting pushed off and rolling back underway again. There we go, lights are out. We're ready to go back to racing. 3 laps remaining. Bradley Brown over Tyler Martin. Bradley Brown over Cody Siegel and Chase Laser. Green flag back in the air. Brown looks to the outside. Siegel looks inside. Oh, a little bit of contact. Laser smacks into him. Caution flag is out. We are back under the yellow flag. Cody Siegel loses it in turn 2. Contact with a 7L at Chase Laser. Looks like both of those cars should be able to continue here. We'll see if there's any suspension or steering system damages, but Siegel tried to get to the inside of race leader Bradley Brown going into turn 1. Brown closing the door. Might have been a little bit of left side loving there out of the 19A, but the 17 of Cody Siegel losing that car. He gets looped around. 7L at Chase Laser also making contact and coming to a stop, so they'll head to the back of the field. A little bit of debris out on the racetrack. Corner workers quickly out to pick that piece up. Lights are out. We're ready to go again. Green flag's out. We're back underway. Race leader Bradley Brown checks out. He opens up a big gap over Adam Minzer. Jonathan John now runs 3rd. A little bit of an early issue for that car. The 72 now runs in the 3rd position. Already up to 4th is going to be the 17 of Cody Siegel. Chase Laser runs 5th. The 05 of Daniel Vizali in the 6th position. Princess Page, checkered flag is out. Bradley Brown gets the win over Adam Minzer. Jonathan John 3rd, Cody Siegel 4th, Chase Laser 5th, Vizali 6th, Princess Page 7th, Tyler Martin 8th. Completing the field, the 08 of Ron Ford, who was a did not finish, and the 4L of Ben Laser. One more heat race coming up for the Wingless 270s. Jesse Maurer in the 5R, and the 99 of Cliff Bryan Jr. will make up the front row. 29 of Dakota Bartlett and the 3M of Cameron Bellinger in row number 2. 39 of Richie Hartman and the 5A of Anthony Yerger in row number 3. Row 4, the 99K of Chad Kreiser and the 12 of Brent Shearer. 21 of Toby Blumenschein and the 76X of Aiden Svanda make up the 5th and final row here in the 4th and final heat race for the Wingless 270s. The lights are out. We're ready to go green. Maurer and Bryan on the front row. Green flags in the air. Bryan's going to look to the inside. What a move by Cliff Bryan Jr. on the start of this race. He gets all the way down to the inside, picks up the race lead. Caution flag is out. Trouble for the 12 of Brent Shearer. That car is going to come to a stop at the entrance to turn number 1. Impressive piece of driving by Cliff Bryan Jr. Lights are out. We're ready to go back under green. Here we go. Bryan now looks to the outside. Big shot of momentum off of turn number 4. Here comes Cliff Bryan Jr. looking for the race lead. He bounces it off the outside wall in turn number 2. Caution flag is out. 3-car tangle, turn 2. Toby Blumenschein involved in that one. Also the 12 of Brent Shearer. I think Jesse Maurer might have learned his lesson from the first attempted start because he covered the line cleanly, preventing Cliff Bryan Jr. to get to his inside. Green flag back out. We are underway. Fantastic start for Maurer. He's going to be the race leader into turns 1 and 2, but here comes Cliff Bryan. Side-by-side battle for the 3rd position as well. 1 car almost going around towards the back of the pack. Oh, 2 cars go around. 3-car tangle, turn 3. We are under yellow. That was the side-by-side battle for the 3rd position between the 29 of Dakota Bartlett and the 99K of Chad Kreiser. Bartlett just got it looped around a little bit. The 3M of Cameron Bellinger, a little bit of an unfortunate victim in that one, gets the car refired and will head off down the front straightaway. 2 laps in the books, 6 remaining. Green flag back out. Much better start that time for Cliff Bryan Jr. Fantastic start as well for Dakota Bartlett. Bartlett not able to hold on to the back of the 99. As Cliff Bryan Jr., the DC eager entry, catches right up to the back bumper of Jesse Maurer off of turn number 2. We'll see where he's going to make the move. One car slow into the infield. That is the 3M of Cameron Bellinger. Cliff Bryan trying to make the outside lane work. Nothing there either. Gets a big head of steam off the corner. Here comes Toby Blumenschein to the inside. He's looking for the 4th position. Picks it up from the 12 of Brent Shearer. Shearer going to cross him over down the front straightaway into turn number 1. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. Dakota Bartlett gets around Cliff Bryan Jr. in turns 3 and 4. Bryan going to try to fight back to the inside. Here comes Blumenschein to the inside of Bryan. Slides high off the corner. Checkered flag in the air. Jesse Maurer picks up the win over Dakota Bartlett. Toby Blumenschein by 2 1/1000ths of a second over Cliff Bryan Jr. for 3rd. Brent Shearer comes home 4th. Anthony Yerger 5th. Aiden Svanda 7th. Chad Kreiser, Cameron Bellinger, Richie Hartman round out the field. Heat race number 1 for the Wingless 125s and 4-strokes will head out onto the speedway. These will be 2 10-car heats and a 9-car heat running 8 laps in distance. And we'll follow that up with 3 heat races for the Slingshots. Immediately following our heat race action tonight, we're going to head straight into the qualifiers for our 3 wingless divisions. Slingshots will have a B main. And then we'll also have the B main consolation races for the wingless divisions as well. Here's your starting lineup for heat race number 1. On the poles, the 1Z of Steve Simmons. To his outside, the $30 of Dominic Foster. 7L of Chase Laser and the 26 of Tyler Martin in row number 2. Holden Ekman in the 11H, and Matt Fernsler's number 19 will make up row number 3. 3Y is Zach Young in the 76 of Justin Harrington in row number 4. Row 5, the 24 of Logan Road, and the 26C of Mike Cohen. Trouble for the 1Z of Steve Simmons. That car comes to a stop on the front straightaway. So Steve Simmons able to get his issue taken care of, but he'll tag in at the back of the field. Lights are out. We're ready to go. Dominic Foster and Chase Laser now going to make up row number 1. Tyler Martin and Holden Ekman in row 2. Matt Fernsler, Zach Young, row 3. Green flag in the air. We're underway. It's a good start for Foster. Here comes Chase Laser. Gonna look to the inside off of turn number 2. How about Matt Fernsler trying to get up the middle? Holden Ekman inside. Fernsler trying to go 2 for 1. Big crossover move to the inside by the 26 of Tyler Martin. Hot and heavy 3-car battle for the 3rd position. Don't look now. Cue the Jaws theme. Justin Harrington is on the prowl. Couple of big wins already this season. Harrington looks to the inside. 1 car going around turn 2. That's the 3Y of Zach Young. The 26C of Mike Cohen also comes to a stop. That'll negate the pass by Harrington. So the field will get pushed back into line here. Cohen going to roll off. The 3Y is Zach Young. Holden Ekman set the fastest lap of the race. Those of you watching on the live stream, we've got a replay of the contact. Looked like the 3Y just had to get on the binders and had a little bit of help going around. At the front of the field. Looked like the pass for the lead's gonna stick. Chase Laser will restart at the front of the field. Dominic Foster will restart in the 2nd position. Holden Ekman 3rd. Tyler Martin 4th. Matt Fernsler will complete your top 5. Green flag comes back out. 5 laps remaining. It's going to be the halfway point next time by. Ekman looking to the inside of Foster off of turn number 2. Little bit of a hip check up the racetrack. Move Holden Ekman up to position number 2. Tyler Martin going to try to follow him through to the inside. Not quite close enough. Matt Fernsler, in fact, now looks there inside of Martin down the back straightaway. Fernsler completes the pass. Harrington comes right with him. Now Harrington going to look to the inside of Fernsler into 1 and 2. Harrington gets the pass, picks up the 4th position. At the front of the field, Chase Laser has about 2/3 of a second over Holden Ekman. The lead not gaining. Oh, Harrington almost goes around. Keeps the car fired up. We'll see if he's going to stop. Caution flag is out. Yellow flag on the speedway, and the leader did not get the white flag, so we'll have 2 laps remaining. Black flag flying from Chief starter Mike Fry. Both the 19 of Matt Fernsler and the 76 of Justin Harrington are going to be black flag. They will head off the exit gate. As much for the extracurricular activities after the caution flag as anything that occurred under green flag racing. So those two cars will finish at the back of the field. Green and white flags fly together. Chase Laser, your race leader. Holden Ekman runs second. Down the back straightaway into turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag and a fly this time. Chase Laser picks up the win over Holden Ekman, Dominic Foster, Steve Simmons, and Tyler Martin, your top 5. Michael Cohen, Logan Rode, Zach Young, Matt Fernsler, and Justin Harrington complete the field. Second of 3 heat races going to be coming up now for the Wingless 125s and 4 strokes. Starting on the pole for this one will be the 57K of Cassidy Michael. 46 of Austin Graby will line up to her outside. 13 of Shane Davis and the 647 of Darren Miller will make up row number 2. 44 Riley Simmons and the 25W and 8 Weidman in row number 3. LR62 with Drayson Laser and the 04 of Sam Borger in row number 4. The 29 of Brandon Shearer and the 6 of Mike Glass will round out the field. As a reminder to everybody in the grandstands here, we will not be opening the pit gates at intermission. No spectator admission into the pit area during the intermission period this evening. Green flag in the air, we're underway. Good start for Cassidy Michael. She's going to be your race leader heading into turn 1. Graby looks inside, has to jump on the binders just a little bit. Michael holds on to the lead off at turn number 4. Darren Miller in the 647 runs third, and both of those cars quickly catching up to the 57K. Here comes Miller to the outside of Graby, almost got up into the outside wall. (13) to Shane Davis hanging out back there in the 4th position, quickly gaining on the 647. One car almost goes around in turns 3 and 4. We're going to stay under the green flag. Cassidy Michael with a 0.4 of a second lead over Austin Graby last time by. We take a look this time. It's up just a hair, a couple of hundredths. Side-by-side battle for the 4th position. That's going to be Shane Davis and Nate Weidman. Weidman gets cleanly to the inside. Davis going to think about going inside down the front straightaway. Not quite close enough to make the move. Two laps remaining. This time by for race leader Cassidy Michael. Again, couple of hundredths. The gap gains by Shane Davis falls back just a little bit behind Mike Glass. Glass coming from the back of the pack. White flag is out, 1 lap remaining here in heat race number 2 for the 125s and 4 strokes. Off of turn number 4, checkered flag in the air. Cassidy Michael picks up the win over Austin Graby, Darren Miller, Nate Weidman, and Mike Glass, the top 5. Brandon Shearer, Shane Davis, Sam Borger, Riley Simmons, and Drayson Laser complete the field. Cassidy will swing around and take the race chasing for drivers and fans heat race winner photo here off of turn number 2. Heat race number 3 for the Wingless 125s and 4 strokes rolling out onto the racetrack. Here's your starting lineup. The 22 with Jared St. John and the 3H of Zach Hollinger will make up row number 1. 28 of Kyle Lindsay and the 18 of Ron Young in row number 2. 78 of Sarah Boer and the 99 of Cliff Bryan in row 3. Row 4, the 25 of Jillian Maurer and the 16 of Marty Bryan. And the 112 of Dylan Yanks will round out the field. Little bit of trouble for the 112 of Dylan Yanks. Trying to get that car fired up, but they're going to open up the pit gate. The 112 will make the hard right-hand turn. His heat race will be over, and he's going to have to come from the back of the qualifiers. Field's getting ready to go green. Jared St. John and Zach Hollinger are going to lead the field to the green. Coming up after this one, 3 heat races for the Slingshots. Yellow flag on the speedway. No start, says Chief Starter Mike Fry. Calling the 3H of Zach Hollinger for the jump start, so he's going to head back a couple of positions. Lights are out. We're ready to make another attempt at the start here. Still 8 laps to go. Fields down the back straightaway. Green flag in the air. We are underway. Big move by Cliff Bryan to the outside. Almost 4 wide off the corner. Here comes Marty Bryan big to the inside. Not able to gain as much room as older brother Cliff. Cliff Bryan Jr. already up to the 4th position. Here comes Zach Collinger in the 3H. They're going to battle side by side with Bryan. Side by side for the race lead as well. Kyle Lindsay looks to the inside of Jared St. John. Big move. Cliff Bryan Jr. goes 3 for 1. New race leader Cliff Bryan Jr. A little bit of contact there with Zach Hollinger. A little bit of right side romance on corner entry. Hollinger picks up the 3rd position. Marty Bryan now runs 4th. Top 5 all single file, but here comes Marty Bryan looking to the inside of Hollinger down the front straightaway and into turn 1. Marty Bryan slides up the racetrack just a little bit, but he gets the pass completed. Hollinger going right back to the inside. Tries to force the 16 up the racetrack. Not able to get the job done. Cross flags halfway home. 4 down, 4 to go. Cliff Bryan Jr., the race leader by 3/4 of a second over Kyle Lindsay. Marty Bryan runs 3rd. Zach Hollinger 4th. Those top 4 distancing themselves from 5th place. Jared St. John. Ron Young in a fight with Jillian Maurer and Sarah Borer towards the back of the pack. Now 2 laps remaining. Call it a lap and a half for Cliff Bryan Jr. Marty Bryan gets to the inside of Kyle Lindsay. He'll complete the pass in 3 and 4. White flag is out. 1 lap to go. The lead is 1.5 seconds for Cliff Bryan Jr. Clean through turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag in the air. Cliff Bryan Jr. picks up the heat race win over younger brother Marty. Kyle Lindsay, Zach Hollinger, and Jared St. John, the top 5. Jillian Maurer comes home 6th. Sarah Borer 7th. Ron Young 8th. The 112 of Dylan Yanks, the final finisher in this one. He was actually a did not start after his problems on the warm-up lap. Next up, 3 heat races for the Slingshots. These cars will not be running qualifiers, so this one more of a normal race night feel for these cars. 6 will qualify. Top 4 will head to the redraw. Everybody else going to go to the B main once they get them out onto the racetrack. Here is the starting lineup for heat race number 1. 3S of Brett Spittler and the X of Terry Knoll will occupy the front row. The 4 of Corey Harding and the 56 of Andrew Turpin in row number 2. Row number 3, the 7A of Josh Patterson and the 3L of Nolan Laser. Row 4, the 112 Cody Klein and the 7 Shelby McLaughlin. Row 5, 13 of Blair Shanley and the 14 of Logan Bauman. And starting out back in row number 6, the 78H of Kyle Hervey and the 14C of Carter Wyant. The 4 of Corey Harding pulling off the racetrack. He will not answer the bell. Scheduled to start in the 3rd position. Everybody else going to move up a position. They do cross the field over. So 8 laps the distance, and we are getting ready to go here with heat race number 1 for the Slingshots. Green flag in the air. Fantastic start for Brett Spittler. He's going to bring Andrew Turpin right with him. Off into turn 1, Spittler slides up to the outside. Turpin way down to the inside. Here comes Terry Knoll in that blue X. Sliding up the racetrack. Heavy contact off the corner. Turpin loves every bit of this action going on behind him as he opens up a multi-car length lead over the 7 of Shelby McLaughlin. Trouble for the race leader. Trouble for the 56 of Turpin. That car pulls off into the infield. New race leader Shelby McLaughlin just set the quickest lap of the race. He has a lead of 1.2 seconds over Terry Knoll. Goes quick lap again, that time by. Here comes Cody Klein looking to the inside of Josh Patterson. Knoll right there as well, cross flags halfway in heat race number 1. Klein able to come around Patterson, not able to get close enough to Knoll to make any real noise, but there he is in turns 3 and 4. Knoll shoved up the racetrack. Oh, he really got it loose there in the middle of the corner. How did that car not go around? Twin sticks, Shelby McLaughlin, the race leader, had 2.2 seconds last time. How about 2.5 seconds this time? Over Cody Klein running in the second position. Josh Patterson third, Terry Knoll fourth, and they're battling hot and heavy for the 5th position. White flag is out, 1 lap to go. Currently Blair Shanley holding on to that spot. Over Nayland Laser, Logan Baughman, Kyle Hervey, everybody dueling it out for that one. Off of turn number 4, checkered flag is out. Shelby McLaughlin gets the win over Cody Klein, Josh Patterson, Terry Knoll, and Blair Shanley. Two minutes and 5 seconds, the time on that one. Nice run there for the All-Star Slingshots. Tough break, though, for Andrew Turpin in the 56. And that car had a little bit of trouble in the first feature race earlier tonight. Heat race number 2 pulling out onto the racetrack. 75X of James Hendricks and the 5S of Sam Neary will occupy the front row for this one. 50 of Tyler Hoke, already a feature winner here tonight. And the 42 of Mason Pittenger in row number 2. 7J of Jordan Moyer and the 54W of William Morig in row 3. Row 4, the M10 of Taylor Mills and the 21W of Chuck Wary. Row 5, the 47Z of Zach Steffi and the 35 of Dylan Hoke. The 24Y, Jax Yone, will start all alone in row number 6. Green flag in the air, we're underway. Hoke tried to get under the inside of Hendricks off of turn number 2. Wasn't quite close enough. That opens up the door for Sam Neary. 3-4 cars making contact. Everybody going to keep them running. With the exception of the 35 of Dylan Hoke. That car comes to a stop inside of turn 4. Tyler Hoke set the quickest lap of the race into number 50. He was less than 1/10 of a second back at race leader James Hendricks. Last time by the start-finish line. Still 7 laps remaining. Wild ride for a couple of cars there. One lap in the books, 7 laps remaining. Green flag back, we are underway once again. Hoke thought about looking outside of Hendricks off of turn number 4. He is right there on the back bumper. They're going to be side by side, back about for the 6th position. Mason Pittenger now falling back into the grips of Zach Steffi. Steffi looks inside. Here comes the 54, William Mooring to the inside. We've also got a battle for the race lead and a new race leader, Tyler Hoke over James Hendricks. Hoke's going to lead by 3 car lengths off of turn number 2. Big drive for the M10 of Taylor Mills. Pass inside by the 54W, William Mooring on Chuck Wary. Nice pass there in turns 3 and 4. Battle side by side for position number 3. Neary and Mills going to duel side by side. Mills able to hold on to the spot. Trouble for one car pulling down into the infield off of turn number 2. That's going to be the 24Y of Jax Yones. Taylor Mills and Sam Neary still doing battle in turns 3 and 4. Six laps in the books. In fact, white flag going to fly this time by for race leader Tyler Hoke. Holding on to a 2-second lead over James Hendricks, who's starting to fall into the grasp of Mills. But off of turn 4, checkered flag is out for race winner Tyler Hoke. James Hendricks finishes 2nd. The M10 of Taylor Mills 3rd. 4th, the 5S of Sam Neary. 5th to the 35 of Dylan Hoke. Nice recovery for Hoke. Jordan Moyer, William Mooring, Chuck Wary, Zach Steffi, Mason Pittenger, and Jax Yones complete the field. Third and final heat race for the Slingshots coming up, and it is just about time for the qualifiers. Wingless 600s, you need to get into the staging area and be ready to go here. Qualifiers are coming up next, starting with the Wingless 600s. Here's the starting lineup. The 55 is Scott Neary, and the 39 of Nolan Palima will make up row number 1. Cooper Shanley in the 73, and Josh Wyant's number 21J in row number 2. 16T of Thomas Nettleship and the 114 of Brett Bieber in row 3. Row 4 will have the 3 of Dave Carrigan and the 1JR of Talon Carter. Row 5, the 78 of Aiden Donaldson and the 15 of Faith Turnball. All alone in row 6, the 39X of Steve McLaughlin. Fields in the start zone. Green flags in the air. We're underway. It's a good start for Scott Neary. How about the 21J Carter, Josh Wyant sliding up to the outside. Oh man, they're really making heavy contact in turns 3 and 4. Nolan Palima able to hold on to second. Josh Wyant runs in the 3rd position. Everybody single file. Now they're going to start to double up again off the corner. One car slow down the back straightaway. Caution flag is out. Trouble for Stephen McLaughlin in the 39X, who comes to a stop right by the turn 3 pit entrance gate. Scott Neary setting the fastest laps of the race and doing it to the tune of 0.7 of a second over Josh Wyant. So the field's going to come back to green. Single file restarts in all the heat racing tonight. All preliminary events for that matter. Scott Neary Your race leader, Josh Wyatt, running second. Nolan Palima third. Fourth, the 114 of Brett Bieber. And the 16T of Thomas Nettleship, your top 5. Dave Carrigan, who runs in the 6th position, has a win already here at Lanco this season. Winning on one of our opening weekends here at the Speedway this year back in May. Green flag is out. We're underway again. 6 laps remaining in the final heat race of the night. Move to the inside by the 114 of Bieber. He's going to slide back to the outside. That lets Palima back to his inside. He'll pick up the spot, and Nettleship tried to come right with him. Bieber and Palima going to battle. Oh, man, they're making heavy contact. Here comes Nettleship. Whole lot of right side romance. Forces the door open, and Dave Carrigan's going to come to play too. Josh Wyatt makes contact with the outside wall. Brett Bieber's now going to look to his inside. They're still beating and banging throughout the field. Scott Neary's checked out and is long gone. Josh Wyatt running second place, 3.5 seconds back of the race leader. Down to 2 laps to go. Brett Bieber not able to gain any ground on Wyatt. Dave Carrigan making up a little bit, but not much. On Bieber for the 3rd position. White flag is out for your race leader. He's got almost half a racetrack lead over Josh Wyatt. Scott Neary down the back straightaway and into turns 3 and 4. Checkered flag's gonna fly. Scott Neary picks up the win over Josh Wyatt. Brett Bieber holds on for 3rd over Dave Carrigan. And Thomas Nettleship, the top 5. Nolan Palima, 6th. Talon Carter, 7th. Cooper Shanley, 8th. Faith Turnbull, Aiden Donaldson, Stephen McLaughlin round out the field. It is my pleasure to be joined up here in the booth by Casey Kreider. Casey handling some of the play-by-play, actually all of the play-by-play for us last night. Casey, thank you for a fantastic job that you did as the track crew works to get the 78 of Aiden Donaldson off the racetrack. 55 is Scott Neary getting his victory lane photo done for the heat race. So, Casey, we're now coming up to our second batch of qualifier, first batch of qualifiers. The heat race action is done. Noticing any trends? You seeing anything in the numbers? I guess the first thing we heard you talking up here about was not everybody advances to the qualifiers.
Yeah, that's true. Some of the cars that are further back in points didn't have a great heat race finish. They'll have to go straight to the B main and see if they can race their way in from the back. But you know, for these Wingless 600s, it's going to be interesting. I'm going to be intrigued to see if the line changes at all here over the course of these qualifiers. The bottom line seemed to be the way to go, but we saw some guys try the top. Sun's gone down, track's cooled off, and gotten run in a little bit more. We'll have to see if that changes the lines at all.
It'll be really, really neat to see that change happen, especially with the sun falling on the turn 3 and 4 end. That gets into the shade a little bit quicker. Maybe the moisture comes up towards the top just a little bit more. We see that week in and week out here, how the racing line changes. The bottom was really good in the heat races in the heat of the day. With the sun down, this place could turn into Slide Job City in a hurry.
And I'm expecting just that, Chris, just that indeed. All right, let's take you through the starting lineup for this first qualifier for the Hyper Racing Wingless 600s. In fact, we'll wait until they come back to the green flag. It's Mitchell Bard and Jody Amontier on the front row. Green flag in the air, and we're underway for the first 10-lap qualifier of the night. Bard able to keep the advantage entering turn number 3. Amontier behind him. That's Nash Ely. They make contact, and one car is upside down in turns 3 and 4.
You almost expected to see something like that coming. You're only going to lock so many cars into the A main through the qualifiers. Joey Amantia, really one of the aggressive guys towards the front of the field.
And you can really expect guys like Nash Ely, Alex Bright, and Logan Rumsey to try to make the big advancement. Eddie Strada in the 1EX is the one who went over, but see the thumbs up from the EMTs. Driver is okay.
Yeah, it didn't really look like he hit anything too hard. It looked a little dramatic, but let's see if they can maybe get that car back rolling. Looks like they're going to try to.
Looks like that 1EX machine going to be able to refire. He'll tag in at the back of the field, and now the single file restarts are going to come into play. So all the advantage that you had up front is going to basically go out the window.
And Strada, who was able to finish second in his heat race, get some valuable points there. Him being able to tack onto the back of the field means he's still got a decent chance to make the A main if he can make his way through the field. Green flag back in the air. It's Mitchell Bard out in front by about a car length over Joey Amontier. Then it's Nash Ely back in the third spot. Logan Rumsey, the first one, trying the high side. He's going to get blocked in there behind the 21S. That's Steven Snyder Jr. 2 laps in the books here at Clyde Martin. Ely through to the second spot. Snyder Jr. through to third. Everybody trying to make their way through and get those valuable points and valuable passing points. Multiple different lines, all taken throughout the racetrack. But out in front, it's still Mitchell Bard trying to close that gap. Is Nash Ely back in the second spot, closed in by about 2/10 that time, but now he'll race side by side with Steven Snyder, who tries to roll the outside, and he'll get the pass done off turn 4 with 3 laps to go.
Really interesting to see Nash Ely, how he's going to work the inside every chance he gets around this racetrack. But don't lose sight of the number 20 of Alex Bright. The Phenom is always good on the high side out here, and we've got a battle for the race lead.
That we do. Steven Snyder around the outside, makes the move on Mitchell Bard. Alex Bright to the inside. He's through to third, and Logan Rumsey through to fourth with 3 laps to go in the qualifier. Bright going to try the high side, see if he can find his way around Mitchell Bard. Twin sticks, 2 laps to go. Bright, does he have anything for Steven Snyder as Rumsey runs the top side, keeps it straight, and hangs on to the 5th spot. Bright slides it in turn number 3. Snyder trying to cross back under him. 1 lap to go. Steven Snyder, then Alex Bright. Who's going to take it home? One more set of corners to decide it. Bright to the inside. Snyder to the outside. Bright tries to slide up. Snyder crosses him back over. Checkered flag, and Steven Snyder wins the qualifier, as it looks like that is Eddie Strada around in the middle of turns 3 and 4. But it's Steven Snyder, Alex Bright, Mitchell Bard, Nash Ely, and Logan Rumsey. That's your top 5 in this first qualifier for the Wingless 600s.
I thought we were about to see a repeat of the finish of last year's Wingless 600 race. Kyle Spence threw one of the biggest sliders I have ever seen at this place, to the point that the great Barry Angstadt was up on the chip for that call. We almost saw it there. Alex Bright dueling with Steven Snyder Jr. Those guys are going to be fun. I guarantee you they're both locking into tonight's A main.
No doubt about that at all. Getting ready for qualifier number 2 here. Let's take you through the starting lineup for that one. It's Joe K in the number 12. He'll start on the pole. On the outside pole, Stephen Kemery in the 7K. Jesse Maurer in car number 3. He'll line up in position number 3 inside row 2. And Riley Emig, the heat race winner, he'll start on the 4th spot. Christian Bruno also won his heat race. He'll start inside row 5 in car 17M. He'll be joined by the 117, Cody West, on the outside of row 3. Fred Heinley in the 22H, Mike Thompson in the 11. They make up row number 4. Tyler Ulrich in the 42U, and the M85 of Hunter Metzger there on row 5. Bradley Brown, Matthew Donnelly slated to start row 6 here. Doesn't look like one of those cars is going to join the field, though. Matthew Donnelly and Fred Heinley look like the two not able to join the field here for this second qualifier. So here we go, 11 cars for 10 laps. Field in the hands of Joe Kay and Stephen Kemery as they come down to the backstretch restart zone. 10 laps for the final chance to try to transfer into the A main before the Bs begin. Here we go, green flag, and Kay off the jump to the point. Jesse Maurer to the inside, going to try and make the move happen. And he'll clear up off turn 2, but not without a fierce challenge from car number 17M. That is Christian Bruno from the inside of row 3. He's now up into position number 3.
Christian Bruno picking up a couple of big wins earlier this season. Whole lot of confidence out of that kid. Really looking for some excitement out of him tonight. Keep your eye on that 23 of Bradley Brown. He's already up 3 positions, working the inside. We're used to calling him the high-sider.
Well, when you start at the back, you got to get it any way you can, and that's what Bradley Brown's doing right now. Battle for the lead is on. Joe Kay and Jesse Maurer. Maurer's run that inside line the past couple of laps, but can't find a way to make the move happen. Christian Bruno ripping the top side, trying to see if he can find his way into that battle for the race lead. Maurer slots into second, and he'll go to the high side for this lap, trying to take a defensive line, hold off Christian Bruno off turn 4. Now Maurer back to the inside. Bruno trying to make the move happen. Mike Thompson puts a slider on Cody West, but West comes back at him off turn 2. Mike Thompson says, all right, we'll try it again in 3 and 4. And Cody West says, all right, I can play that game too. He'll come back to the spot.
Mikey Thompson's going to be one who's really interesting to watch. Normally a regular at Greenwood Valley. They've added a lot of banking to that racetrack this year. He seems to be taking that experience and bringing it down here to do well. Right as we say that, he stuffs it up into the outside wall, though, and a big shower of sparks out of the 11. That car is going to come to a stop outside of 3 and 4.
Yeah, tough break for Mikey Thompson. He'd been running up front inside the top 5, but that car comes to a stop off turn 4, and with 2 laps to go, that'll put us under the caution flag for the second qualifier for the Hyper Racing Wingless 600s. It'll be Joe Kay still out in front of Jesse Maurer. Back to Christian Bruno, back to Cody West, and then back to Tyler Ulrich in the 42U. He'll round out the top 5.
Joe Kay with not as many laps around this place, especially this season. Jesse Maurer already has a win here in this car. Christian Bruno's been doing a little bit more traveling this season, running some of the USAC East Coast sprint races as well. The front of this field does not have a lot of cars with a lot of laps here. You've really got to go back to Tyler Ulrich in the 42U in 5th to find the next car behind Jesse Maurer that's got a lot of laps here this season.
Yeah, good point for Jesse Maurer. Last year a winged track champion at Linda Speedway across the county in the wing 600s, but obviously without the wings on him tonight. Still performing well and trying to see if he can apply the pressure on Joe Kay to pick up this win in qualifier number 2. They'll work on Mike Thompson's car over there in turn 4. Looks like they're going to have to attach that car to the 4-wheeler and take it back to the pit area. All right, 1 to go. Leaders will come back to the backstretch, and we'll have 2 green flag laps remaining. It'll be Joe Kay, Jesse Maurer, Christian Bruno, Cody West, Tyler Ulrich, then Bradley Brown, Steve Kemery, Hunter Metzger, and Fred Heinley. 9 cars still out there trying to fight for some valuable points. Back to the green flag, and on the low pedal, Joe Kay will stand on it and come off turn 4 onto the flag stand with about a 2-car length advantage. Maurer will work to the inside. Jesse Maurer going to have to try and hold off Christian Bruno up there as he rips the top side. White flag in the air, 1 lap to go. Joe Kay trying to make the outside line work. If he doesn't have a slip, we'll see if Maurer can get there. He's got to pull a big slider. Here comes Bruno inside, trying to make the move happen. And it's going to be a photo finish at the line. Christian Bruno by 7/1000ths of a second from 3rd. Entering turn 3 to the race win. He split the middle of Joe Kay and Jesse Maurer. Thought Maurer had it there off turn 4 on the bottom side, but Christian Bruno, oh my goodness. They do not come much closer than that at the Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. Wow.
How about that one, race fans? 1.5 tenths separating Christian Bruno from the 12 of Joe Kay. For those of you watching the live stream, here's the replay. Bruno split the difference through the big slider on Kay and really translated that momentum into just enough horsepower to take the checkered flag first. Qualifier number 3's got a whole lot to live up to now.
Yeah, no doubt about that at all. Oh my goodness. All right, so let's catch our collective breaths and come back for qualifier number 3. It's Damon Paul in car 144. He's on the pole. Billy Cook in the 66 will start on the outside. Joey Jarowitz in car number 1 will be on the inside of row number 2. And Aiden Borden in car number 7 will be on the outside. Pat Kelly and Kyle Spence both won their heat races. They'll both start on row number 3. Jim Radney and Cameron Bellinger, they'll be on row number 4. Adriana Della Ponte in car 22A and the 41M of Mark Landwehr, they make up row number 5. And Holden Ekman and Brian Kramer slated to start in row number 6, but Ekman's car damaged in that earlier heat race. He will not be able to take the green flag. Coming around to the backstretch, easy does it, Damon Paul. Field in his hands, he'll take off first, and he'll clear, entering turn 3, green flag in the air. First 3 cars go to the high side, battles on for 4th. Aiden Borden trying to hold off Kyle Spence. Spence falls back into line, but he'll be the first car on the bottom side after 1 lap of action. Spence trying to make it work, simply going where they're not. Here's a slider for second spot. Joey Jarowitz on the inside of Billy Cook. Cook coming back on him, but Jarowitz will pull the momentum up off turn 2 and get the pass done for second. Damon Paul out in front, 3 laps down, 7 laps to go. Had a half-second lead over Jarowitz that time by, but let's see, Jarowitz in clean track. What can he do? Kyle Spence still trying to ride the roadside. 2 cars around in turn 3. 1 more car comes piling in at the end, and that'll put us under caution. The 95 of Jim Raddy went around. Patrick Kelly over there as well, and Mark Landwehr, I believe, the 3 cars that were all involved in that one. Kelly able to get back going, but it's Radney and Landwehr who are stopped over there in the middle of turns 3 and 4.
Tell you what, that one almost looked like it started as Jarowitz and Billy Koch both started to break a little bit loose and forced everybody to check up. And it was that accordion effect towards the back of the field that caught those guys out. The one who's been really interesting to watch for me is Kyle Spence. We've seen him run the outside. We've seen him run the low side. He's got a couple of drillers from the Tulsa Shootout. The guy knows how to win the big money races. It's interesting, but he's got a lot of laps here, too. It's really interesting to watch him work and do that little bit of grip hunting now that's going to be really important come feature time.
Yeah, no doubt. The more you can learn about your car and where to run it now, that's only going to pay off when we get to A main time later on tonight. And Kyle Spence sure is hoping he'll be there. If he can hang on to a solid finish, he likely will in this qualifier. But for now, it's Damon Paul out in front with 4 laps complete. Joey Jarowitz in second, Billy Koch in third, then Aiden Borden and Kyle Spence rounding out your top 5. Cameron Bellinger, Brian Kramer, Adriana Della Ponte make up the 8 cars, and then the 3 cars that were involved in that incident, Mark Landwehr, Patrick Kelly, and Jim Radney, will round out the back of the field. Here we go. Coming back to the green flag. 4 laps in the books, 6 laps down. Single file, Damon Paul leads him to the green flag, and back on the loud pedal they go. And right away, Spence to the top side, not wasting any time. He'll try to parlay that into some momentum entering turn number 1. First car to go to the inside is Aiden Borden, trying to see if he can make a move happen on Billy Koch in the 66. 1 car gets sideways in the middle of 3 and 4, and then the 00 of Pat Kelly clips the tractor tires, but everybody keeps it straight. Here comes Borden right in the inside, trying to see if he can make the move happen on Koch. Kyle Spence right there to fill the hole, so Borden better hope he can get it done as they race side by side off turn number 2, coming back to 3 laps to go. Koch going to try and cross him back under, and he'll make the move happen entering turn number 1. Now here comes Kyle Spence throwing a slider on Aiden Borden. Borden able to come back at him off turn 2, and now he'll have the inside once again for turn number 3 as Spence tries to rip the top. All alone out in front, though, it's Damon Paul by 1.18 seconds. Doesn't look like Joey Jarowitz is going to have anything for him. Here's a big move. Spence inside, trying to make the move happen on Billy Cook, and if he can make it stick, which he will, he'll move up to the 3rd position. White flag in the air, though. Nobody's going to catch Damon Paul coming around turn number 4. Spence trying to pull another slider, and that's not going to pay off. He's upside down, and the caution comes out simultaneously with the checkered. Kyle Spence trying to throw a slider on the last lap on Joey Jarowitz. let it all out there, and that did not pay off.
Caution flag came out after race winner Damon Paul took the checkered flag, so the results are going to be official. Damon Paul picks up the win. The Stony Point Stud, one of the most dominant cars in micro sprint racing right now, picking up the win over Joey Jarowitz, Billy Koch, Brian Kramer, and Aiden Borden. That's probably the guy you feel worst for. Aiden Borden ran a very, very smart race and kind of got caught up in having to jam on the brakes and get to the outside of Spence to avoid hitting him.
Looks like that's going to give Borden a 4th place finish in that heat, at least when we get the official results there. As mentioned, the caution came out as Damon Paul was taking the checkered flag. So this 3rd qualifier is over, and we'll get ready for the final 600 qualifier. And Kyle Spence, a guy who I think we all thought had a chance to win tonight. We'll have to see if they can get that car repaired, see if he has enough points to transfer into the A main. If not, he'll have to see if he can get it back out there for the B.
That's going to be one of the big storylines to look at through the intermission period here is, does Kyle Spence have enough points to lock in from the heat race? I would really doubt it at this point. It's only a 24-car field, and the top 18 are what's going to lock in here. So you've really got to finish towards the front of these qualifiers. One more qualifier coming up, and the last 2 have been exciting for completely different reasons. What's the 4th one going to throw at us?
Well, why don't we find out, Chris? All right, Brendan Bright in car number R7. He'll start on the inside of row number 1. Sam Lamoth will join him on the outside pole. Dan Lane Jr. in car number 25X will join Preston Latimus in the 10M on row number 2. Colin White, he won his heat race earlier tonight. He'll start inside of row number 3 with Stephen Dravicki in the 91S. Also starting on the outside, Nick Groff in the 16X and Jacob Severn in the 50 will start on row number 4. Gary Bazowski in the 1J and Corey Anderson in car number 96. They make up row number 5. And JT Pertowski in the 1B will make up the last row with Brandon Heist in the 99.
Couple of guys to keep an eye on. The 1J of Gary Bazowski, he has run everything from a micro sprint to a crate modified and a sportsman modified out at New Egypt and Bridgeport Speedways. Stephen Dravicki running 360 wingless sprint cars and even some 410 racing. We've got a lot of variety in this field as well. It's not all micro specialists.
Yeah, it's like a melting pot of great racers, but that's what you expect on the Broad Spring Service Labor Day Shootout. Green flag back in the air, and let's get this 4th and final qualifier underway. And out to the point from the pole position is Brendan Bright. Big stack up in turn 1, but everybody somehow able to keep it straight and keep all 4 tires on the ground. As they come around to complete lap number 1, it's Brendan Bright by about half a second over Sam Lamoth. And then everybody else trying to find some lanes and just some open track to race on, whether it be bottom side, top side. That's car number 6, Colin White on the inside, trying to make his way up. He forces his way into the 4th spot, and now he'll run the outside with the 16X and Nick Groff trying to attack on him. To the inside, big move here for White, going to take over 3rd position from Sam Lamothi. But out in front by about half the back straightaway is Brendan Bright. He is checked out here with all this hard racing behind. Preston Latimus through to 2nd. We've got a caution in turn number 4 as 2 cars got collected with each other.
Trouble for the 50 of Jacob Severn going around in turns 3 and 4. He'll get refired and tag in at the back of the field. I think Corey Anderson might have also gotten a little piece of that. Nice piece of driving there by the driver of the 96. Corey's another guy who's done a lot of different driving over the course of this season, and it's almost a perk of the shortened season and a lot of tracks not running for points. We've been able to see drivers running different places and different kinds of race cars. This one's been really fun to check out.
All right, coming back to the green flag, here we go. 4 laps in the books, 6 laps to go in this final 600 qualifier. Bringing him down slowly is Brendan Bright, and then he stands on the loud pedal. Away we go once again. Preston Latimus behind, then Colin White. They'll all take the high side entering turn number 1. White trying to see if he can make a move on the outside of Preston Latimus. Not going to be close enough up off turn 2, and now he'll have to fend off the attack from Nick Groff. Here comes Latimus inside Brendan Bright. They'll race down to turn number 1. Both take the bottom side. Bright shuts the door and holds on to the advantage. Front 2 on the bottom side. Colin White in third, trying to rip the top. Now Latimus will go up there entering turns 1 and 2. See if he can get that momentum back up off. Running the high side in 1 and 2. Hugging the bottom in 3 and 4. We'll see if he does it again. Yes, he will. Trying to find any way he can to get some momentum. Coming to 2 laps to go. Brendan Bright, then Preston Latimus. Colin White trying to find a way under Preston Latimus. White flag in the air. 1 lap to go. It's Brendan Bright out in front. And looks like he's going to be able to hold off Latimus through 3 and 4. Brendan Bright will take the checkered flag and win the final qualifier. Latimus comes home second, then White, then Groff. As one car down in turn 1 got up on the tractor tires after the checkered flag had been flown. I believe that was the 25X of Dan Lane, who had finished 6th in that heat and took out the tractor tires there in turn 1.
So now for a lot of these drivers, it's a matter of playing the waiting game to see how your points count is going to stack up, and did you do enough to get into the big show? As they get ready to get Danny Lane off the racetrack here, he's actually going to have to go on the hook. So the 25 machine will get towed off, and then it'll be time to roll the 270 qualifiers. Again, 4 qualifiers coming up for the 270s. And this is all about improving your position. You need to accrue as many points as possible. If you start up front, you got to finish there. If you're going to be the guy running at the back of the pack, time to get yourself moving forward in a hurry.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it. That's going to be interesting to watch and see. Different drivers with different agendas, but ultimately everybody wants to try and get as close to the front as they can. We'll have 4 qualifiers for the Wingless 270s and then 3 qualifiers for the 125 4-strokes coming up after them.
As a reminder, everybody, we will not be opening the pit gates at intermission tonight. No pit gates open at intermission. The line already starting to fill in at the Not Your Mama's Kitchen concession stand. Make sure you get up there and get in before the intermission rush. Fantastic chance for you to pick up some fine food and beverage items. Also, the Kim's Creations photo and novelty stand is open for business. Check out some of the fine photography by our track photographer, Mike Knappenberger Photos. And we'll run through all the race chasing for drivers and fans awards here once we get to the intermission period as well.
Alrighty, so it'll be Adam Harnish in car number 77. He'll start on the pole. 77H, he'll start on the pole. The 76S of Aiden Savada, he'll start on the outside pole, outside of row number 1. Jared Imler in the 17J and Josh Stoyer in the 8S. They'll make up row number 2. Adam Minzer Jr. in the 26LR and the 72 of Jonathan John. That's row number 3. Row number 4 goes like this. Charles Chance in car number 0 and Corey Schmuck Jr. in car number 20. Ed Tyers in the 16T and Tom Landwehr in the 25 make up the 10 starters for this Wingless 270 qualifier. Going to be interesting to see how these different cars adapt to the different track conditions. Tracks changed quite a bit since these 270s were last on the track. We saw what the 600s did. The high line seemed to be the way to go. Will it be the same for the 270s? We'll find out over the course of these 4 qualifiers. And by the way, the 19X of Luke Fogg has joined the back of the pack. He will make up the inside of row number 6 all by himself, try to work his way to the front. So we'll have 11 cars, 1 to go, signal given. And here we go, field in the hands of Adam Harnish and Aiden Savanda. Bringing them down ever so slowly. They'll stand on the loud pedal, entering this restart zone, and away we go. Green flag in the air, and right up to the top goes Savanda, but that's not going to pay off, at least not yet. To the inside comes Jared Imler. He'll go from 3rd starting position to the race lead off turn number 2. The fight's on for 2nd between Josh Stoyer in the 8J and the 77H of Adam Harnish. Give it to Stoyer entering turn number 1 as he has a bit of a moment, though, has to catch it, but rides some momentum off turn 2. Through to the 2nd spot. Harnish trying to hang on, and there goes one car around, the 26 LR. That is Adam Minzer Jr. They all got stacked up a little bit there in turns 3 and 4, battling for the 3rd position, and around went the 26 LR. Minzer had to jam on the brakes and couldn't keep the back end under him.
Casey, one of the interesting storylines to look at here is we're starting to see a little bit of black start to come in on the inside of the racetrack. Same thing on corner entry, so it'll be really interesting to see how the track conditions develop over the course of the remaining consolation races, the B mains. By the time we get to the feature, this place really could have 3 drivable lines around it.
And that would make for some great racing in these A-mains. We'll have to see if that's how it unfolds. They push Luke Fogg's car to the infield. His qualifier is over. And they'll come back to the green flag. 2 laps down, 8 laps to go here. With Jared Imler out from the point. Josh Stoyer trying to look to the inside. Not able to make the move happen for the time being. Battle is on for 3rd spot between Savanda and Savanda and Harnish. Harnish on the inside, Savanda on the outside. They're making the battle. And Schmuck getting up, riding the wall there, coming up off turn number 2. He's through to the 5th spot. Schmuck has been up on the wall, seems like all night long. And for the most part, that's been effective. He'll try to make the move here for 4th position. On the outside of Harnish, we got one car around and a slow rollover for Jonathan John. He goes upside down and back on all 4 wheels. And once again, race fans, we are not opening the pits at intermission. Not opening the pits. So if you're in line down there, get out now. We will not be opening the pits. Jonathan John just lost it there on the outside and had a slow little rollover after backing it into the outside wall. If memory serves me right, I believe he went upside down yesterday as well. A little bit more of a violent flip with that wing on top. Slow rollover here. He'll be able to get back going and tack onto the back of the field with not too much harm done, aside from, of course, the lost track position.
Josh Stoyer driving that 8S machine. His first start of the season here at the Clyde. He's been a regular here in the past. Let's see if he can pick up the win.
Well, he'll have to get past Jarrett Imler to do it. Green flag back in the air. 5 laps down. 5 laps to go. And trying to hug the bottom side there is Stoyer, trying to see if he can get any track position there on the inside of Imler. But Imler holding a steady line as we've got one car upside down, and again it's Jonathan John on the back straightaway, and that one was a little more violent. Goodness gracious, that is 3 rollovers in 2 nights for Jonathan Johns. Have to get a look and see what happened there. But that car went upside down on the back straightaway right in front of the exit gate entering turn number 3.
Yeah, Casey, looked like that car hit very hard. You can actually see right underneath the Ackley billboard on the back straightaway, there's a pretty large divot taken out of the racing surface. Jonathan John hitting very hard down there.
Yeah, much different than that slow rollover he had in 3 and 4 that really didn't do much harm. That car might now be pretty well used up for the second night in a row. Tough break for Jonathan John. And it looks like Jonathan John is climbing out back there, has climbed out. That is good to see. The 26 LR of Adam Minzer Jr., he's being pushed back as well. He exited earlier in the night.
Getting word from trackside that the driver is okay. Good to see Jonathan John able to self-extricate himself from that race car. That was a pretty wild hit that he took down the back straightaway.
Yeah, when these things flip at these speeds, it's usually looks something like that. Very rarely is it that slow rollover that we saw in 3 and 4. When you get tagged going like that, you could begin for a wild ride, and that's what happened there.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the waiting game is over for the Hyper Racing Wingless 600s. Top 20 cars are going to lock into tonight's show. 20th place in passing points, the 25X of Danny Lane Jr. He's going to be the last car in the show. He'll be joined by Bradley Brown, Nash Ely, Mitchell Bard, Joe Kay, Nick Groff, Billy Koch, Aiden Borden, Logan Rumsey, Damon Paul, Brendan Bright, Jesse Maurer, Joey Jarowitz, Colin White, Preston Latimus, Stephen Dravicki, Cody West, Steven Snyder Jr., Christian Bruno, and Alex Bright. Some of the best names in the micro sprint business are starting at the top of this thing with their point standings, but there's some really big names that are going to be on the outside looking in and having to start and come through the B mains. Quick look at the list. Brian Kramer, 21st in points. Joey Amantia, 22nd. Kyle Spence, 24th. Adriana Della Ponte, 25th. That's not a bad night for some of these drivers when you consider you've got 60 of the best in the business that showed up here.
Yeah, a lot of good drivers in the A main, but there's going to be some good drivers that might not even make the A main. That's how competitive this field is tonight in the 600s. As we continue to circulate under caution here, trying to finish up the cleanup there on the back straightaway. And we should be just a few moments away from going back to green flag racing here in this first 270 qualifier. Jared Imler entered this qualifier 16th in the point standings tonight, so a good finish and potentially a win in this qualifier will certainly lock him in if he can hang on to that front spot. Josh Stoyer entered 12th, so he's kind of in the same boat. We'll have to see if anybody can jump their way in with a good finish in this qualifier. Ready to go back to the green flag. Halfway home in qualifier number 1. It'll be Jared Imler, then Josh Stoyer, then Aiden Savante. Your top 3 back to the green flag, and away we go once again. Stoyer to the inside, trying to make the move happen on Imler. Imler's going to have a little more momentum, but Stoyer, if he can hook that bottom side, might have a shot at him. And then upstairs, it's Aiden Savada way up top, trying to see if he can get some momentum up off. In the meantime, though, side by side for the race lead, and give it to Josh Stoyer up off turn 2 with the caution flag coming out for one car around at the exit of turn number 2, and I think that's going to negate Stoyer's pass for the lead. If we go back to the last completed lap, I believe that'll put Eiler out in front once again.
Aiden Svanda, driver of the 76X. Their family really involved with the Racers Give Back event held late in the wintertime, I'll say late January, early February time frame. Fantastic event out at the Lehigh Valley Grand Prix up in Allentown. Whole lot of money raised, and it's all racers giving back to other racers. Really neat event and a pretty cool all-star type go-kart race in the middle of winter.
So Jared Imler does get the race lead back there as we go back to the last completed lap. Stoyer's going to have to try it again now. Green flag, 4 laps to go. Stoyer doesn't get as good of a restart that time, not able to pull alongside the 17J, and Imler pulls by about half a car length as they go off into turn number 3 and come into the flag stand off turn 4, 3 laps to go. Aiden Savanta trying to make the high side work, see if he can set up Stoyer for a pass. But he's got to also fend off the challenge from Adam Harnish behind in car number 77H. 2 laps to go. A practically comfortable 2-car length lead for the time being. We've got 1 car slow in the back straightaway. Doesn't look like it'll be an issue. White flag, 1 lap to go for Jared Imler. Round the outside, closest battle is for 3rd. Savanda looks like he'll hang on to it. And coming off turn 4, Jared Imler to the checkered flag wins the first qualifier. Josh Stoyer comes across 2nd. Then Aiden Savanda, Adam Harnish, Corey Schmuck Jr. round out the top 5. Charles Chance, Tom Landwehr, Ed Tyers round out the 8 finishers with Adam Minzer, Jonathan Johns, and Luke Fogg not able to take the checkered flag in this one.
Taking a look, we're going to have 3 B mains coming up for the Hyper Racing 600s, and we're only going to take the top 2. Brian Kramer, Kyle Spence out front, and then you have guys like Eddie Strada, Riley Emig, Jeremy Harshman, Cassidy Michael in the 3K. Good run for her so far tonight. Gary Bazowski, Kyler Heine, Josh Conover. There's a whole lot of talent, and keep your eye starting 14th, the 5 at Jared Esch, the car normally driven here by Heath Hanley. That car is going to be ready to go in time for the B, that's for sure.
And that was just B main number 1, race fans, so there's going to be a lot of good drivers fighting for very few spots. 270s will have that same fate as well, but they've got to finish up their qualifiers first. It's 0-5 of Daniel Vizali starting on the pole. Cliff Bryan Jr., who won last night, he'll start in 2nd. Andrew Dietrich on the inside of row number 3 in the 88D with Tajay Adams in car 63 starting on the outside. Jesse Maurer, who won his heat race earlier in the night, he should start inside of row number 3. Toby Blumenshine in the 21 slated to start on the outside of row 3. Kyle Spence in the 82 and Chad Chrysler in the 99K, they're slated to make up row number 4. Ron Ford in the 08, Peter Pernissiglio slated to start in row number 5, with Ben Laser set to tack on the back of the field. Ron Ford and Peter Pernissiglio not able to take the green flag for this qualifier, so we'll have 9 starters here, again fighting for those ever valuable points. Cliff Bryan Jr., who last night won in the winged 125s, trying to see if he can pick up a heat race win here, or a qualifier race win in the 270s. But as mentioned, he'll have to get past Daniel Vasali first to do it, but he'll have a pretty good view from the outside of row number 1. Still working on getting the lineup in order, but we should be ready to go racing in just a few moments.
Cliff Bryan Jr., former track champion here at the Clyde, been doing some wingless super sportsman and wing super sportsman racing across central Pennsylvania as well. That's a kid who's really up on the move, and he's 16. Younger brother Marty, I want to say 13. Younger kid. Cliff is more of the surgeon. He's very precise. He's very good with car placement and throttle control. We'll talk a little bit about Marty in a little bit as well.
Yeah, we saw that on full display last night. Here we go. Green flag in the air. And right away, Toby Blumenshine 3 wide. And he'll go to 3rd spot, try to get 2nd on Vasali. He'll do just that. Cliff Bryan Jr. breaks out to the lead, but Toby Blumenshine shot like a rocket out of turn 3. And he will come under the line in 2nd position now, as he'll go to work. Jesse Maurer in the 3rd spot. Andrew Dietrich in 4th. Tajay Adams rounds out your top 5. To the inside goes the 82. That's Kyle Spence, trying to make up for the mistake he made there at the end of that 600 and see if he can put himself in position to make the 270A main. Coming across, 3 laps complete. Cliff Bryan Jr. by about 3/4 of a second over Toby Blumenshine. Few more car links back to Jesse Maurer, but that gap is closing. Maurer trying to see if he can put himself in position to win the first 2 preliminaries tonight, but he's got some work to do. May need a yellow to get to the 99, but he's got a shot to get past Blumenshine, just a few car links off the back bumper. Now we're trying to roll the bottom side, but Blumenshine able to carry a little bit more momentum up off. Kyle Spence closing in on Andrew Dietrich. That for 4th spot. Blumenshine lost a little momentum off turn 2. That allowed Maurer to close in right on the back bumper. But Blumenshine still trying to skirt away ever so slightly. Gets a little bit loose. That allows Maurer to get to the inside off the exit of turn 2. They'll drag race down the back straightaway and into turn number 3. Maurer on the low side. Blumenshine up top. And Maurer will take it with 2 laps to go. Looks like it's going to be too little too late, though, to catch Cliff Bryan Jr. unless he does that. Lost it all on his own in the middle of turn 3 and 4 and got stopped up with those tires on the inside. Cliff Bryan Jr. looked like he had it won. The white flag was in sight. Jesse Maurer was about 8 car lengths behind, but now Bryan spins to the inside, and that's going to hand over the lead to Maurer, and a huge hit for Cliff Bryan in the points race. He'll have a lot of work to do and not a lot of time to do it.
Keep your eye on Toby Blumenshine here. He has been driving like a man possessed over the last couple of weeks. Picked up a 3rd place finish here 1 week ago.
Yeah, in the Wing 270s last night, I believe it was in the qualifier, he made a daring last lap pass on Ava Bellinger entering turn number 3 and got the job done. Will he do the same to Jesse Maurer tonight, or can Maurer go 2 for 2 in the 270s? 2 laps away from finding out. Green flag back in the air, and Blumenshine lost it in the center of 3 and 4. Hangs on, but allows Dietrich to get under for 2nd spot. And that allows Maurer to pull out by about 6 car lengths down the back straightaway. Coming around to the white flag, Jesse Maurer won his heat race earlier tonight. Trying to bat 1,000 here so far tonight, the Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. He won't have to worry about the B main. His next race in the 270s will be in the A. Checkered flag, Jesse Maurer takes it home. Blumenshine gets under Dietrich off turn 4 to make the move for 2nd. Hard racing in the back as Cliff Bryan Jr. tried to work his way back through the field. He got back to 7th. Andrew Dietrich, Kyle Spence, Chad Chrysler. That's 3 through 5 for you. Tajay Adams brought it home 6th. Then Bryan Jr., then Ben Laser, then Daniel Vasali, making up your 9 finishers.
The biggest beneficiary of that caution for Cliff Bryan Jr. may have been Kyle Spence. I don't know if it's going to be enough to lock him into the A, but it's going to be close. And he didn't have a whole lot of time to do it in either. So nice job by Kyle Spence to get around a couple of cars there late in that one, finishing 4th in qualifier number 2.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's enough. Spence entered that qualifier 26th in points, started 7th, finished 4th, so he got some passing points in there as well. We'll see if it's enough. Here's qualifier number 3, though, for the 270s, getting ready to take the track. Anthony Yerger in the 5A, who put on a show on the top side last night. He'll start on the inside of row number 1. Alongside him will be Brent Shear in the 12. Mike Chrysler in the 77, and Jason Swavely, who also put on a couple shows last night and earlier tonight in that 14 car. He'll start in 4th. Bradley Brown, who won the heat race earlier tonight in car number 19A. He'll start inside row 3 with Brandon Heist in the 38 flanking him. Princess Page in the 128 and Tyler Martin in the 26B. That's how row 4 is slated to go off. Cameron Bellinger in the 3M. Chase Walker in the 96. That's row 5. Bellinger will not be able to take the green flag, so that means Chase Walker will have row 5 all to himself here. 9 cars, once again, fighting for some valuable points to see if they can make their way into tonight's main event. Coming to the green flag, Anthony Yerger will lead them down through the start zone, and off we go. Yerger able to clear, coming out turn number 4. And Shear dives it to the inside, trying to get back to the inside of Yerger. They'll race side by side off turn 2, and Shear actually pulls Yerger a little bit down the back straightaway. Entering turn 3, he'll complete the pass, coming up off turn number 4, and lead for the second time, first completed lap under the flag stand. Swavely through to the 3rd spot. Then it's Mike Chrysler battling side by side with Bradley Brown. Chrysler gets sideways, nearly perpendicular to the field, but hangs onto it and only lost a few spots in the process. Swavely got loose on the bottom there. He and Yerger fighting hard for the 2nd spot. Swavely down low. Yerger all the way on the top story, but Swavely going to be able to complete the pass, looks like coming up off turn number 4. And one car upside down, that is Chase Walker. In turns 1 and 2, that car flipped about 2 times in the air as it looked like he was racing alongside somebody and clipped one of the tractor tires perhaps on the inside. And the flip count will go out by 1 more tonight.
One thing I'm noticing here, Casey, oh man, wild ride for Chase Walker as he clipped the infield tire. That pitched the car over. We are seeing a little bit of, they're not really deep, but a little bit of ruts developing on corner entry in both turn 1 and turn 3. It really seems to upset the balance of the car, and they're not quite able to get it as set as they would like to power off the corner. It's making a big difference. You're losing a couple of tenths every time you hit one of those bumps.
Yeah, no doubt. And again, that's where it comes down to searching, trying to find the right line. They'd be trying to find the smoothest line at the end of the night. And if you can go around there fastest, that might be your best opportunity. They will hook Chase Walker's car to the back of the four-wheeler and tow him to the infield. His heat race for sure might be over, and so too might his qualifier for sure might be over, and so too might his night. Have to see if they can do anything to maybe get that car fixed. But for now, they'll tow him to the infield. And we'll come around to get the green flag. Looks like next time by, it'll be Brent Shear, Jason Swavely. First 2 cars, then Anthony Yerger, Bradley Brown, and Brandon Heist. Rounding at your top 5, Mike Chrysler, Princess Page, and Tyler Martin. The 8 cars still on track with 7 laps to go in this Wingless 270 qualifier. Shear jumps away off the brake and pulls Swavely by about a car length, who will stands it up off turn 4, trying to keep the hammer down. Swavely all the way upstairs, trying to see if he can catch some momentum as one car goes around Yerger on the inside of turn 2. Looks like he clipped the tires as well. Didn't flip that time, thankfully, but that car goes around, and Yerger will have to start from the back. Yerger was trying to hold off Bradley Brown coming up off turn 2 and just got that car pointed a little bit too quickly. Got it going straight, but hadn't completed the corner yet and clipped those tires. luckily did not go upside down. But he'll tack on to the back of the field now in 8th. Once again, Brent Shear, Jason Swavely, and now Bradley Brown make up your top 3 as they come back to the start zone. And green flag back in the air. Shear to the bottom side. Once again, Swavely driving the top. Shear had a bobble. That's going to allow Swavely to get around on the outside. Jason Swavely through to the race lead and now pulls out by about 2 car lengths down the front straightaway. Fight heating up for 3rd position. Bradley Brown and Brandon Heist fighting for that position. And there's Anthony Yerger ripping the wall again, just like we saw last night, trying to make up that track position in car 5A. He's up inside the top half dozen. 5 laps remaining. Jason Swavely out by about 3 or 4 car lengths. Front 4 cars all rolling the bottom. Brandon Heist does a wheel stand up off turn 4, trying to see if he can find a way past Bradley Brown for the spot. Yerger through to 5th on the top side, past Mike Kreiser. 3 laps to go for Jason Swavely, who had a wild ride down the back straightaway in the heat race. Didn't go upside down, but it was still a pretty rough ride. No damage under that car, and that's evident by the fact he's out in front by about 0.8 of a second, but the caution is going to erase that as Anthony Yerger's gone around again in the middle of turns 3 and 4.
That's going to be strike 2 on the 5A. 3-strike rule is in effect tonight, so 3rd incident for any one car in any one set of green flag racing means that car is going to be done for that particular event. He'll get to come back out for the B main, but looks like he's going to push off here, and I believe Yerger's going to be able to tag in at the back of the field.
Yeah, and Yerger just overcooked it a little bit there, entering turn 3, got it pitched sideways a little too quickly and couldn't recover from it. That's a shame. He had worked his way up. He was ripping the top side, making some moves there. He's now only got 2 laps to see if he can replicate that. Jason Swavely out in front. He'll take him back to the green flag as Shear tries to make a move on the inside. That might cost him a spot, though. Bradley Brown's going to get through for the 2nd spot, and now Shear and Brandon Heist left to battle for 3rd. Jason Swavely pulls out by about 4 car lengths. He'll come back to the white flag. Car number 14 crosses under 1st. Then it's Bradley Brown. We've got a caution in turn 4. It's Tyler Martin in car 26B who's gone around. So we'll have 1 lap to go here. A 12-second shootout to decide it for this final qualifier. And Jason Swavely pulls into the infield. That's a tough break for Swavely. Not sure what the issue is, but that car has pulled in the infield an apparent loss of power or something of the sort, and that's going to lead to Bradley Brown inheriting the race lead. He'll be out in front of Brent Shear, and then Brandon Heist making up the rest of the top 3. 1 lap to run, and Brown stands on the gas. Green flag, trying to do the same thing Jesse Maurer did. Win his heat race and win his qualifier, and he gets off to a great restart. Pulls Brent Shear by about 3 car lengths, and nobody's going to have a challenge for car number 19A. Bradley Brown takes it under the checkered flag first. Brent Shear, Brandon Heist, along with Mike Kreiser and Princess Page rounding out the top 5. Anthony Yerger and Tyler Martin. Those are the 7 finishers. Jason Swavely will officially be classified as 8th, but not able to finish there. Whatever happened to that car under caution, it lost power, and they'll have to push him back and see if he can get it repaired. But it looks like if they can get it repaired, he'll likely have to be in the B main. All right, so 4th and final qualifier here for the 270s ready to unfold. 10 cars slated to start this one. Let's take you through them. The 7L of Chase Laser, he'll start on the pole with Nick Skias in the 3S starting on the outside. Cody Siegel in car number 17. He'll make up the inside of row number 2 with Dakota Bartlett in the 29 on the outside. Dan Lane Jr. and Mike Rutherford both won their heat races. They'll also share row 3 together. Rutherford, of course, got a checkered flag last night, trying to get another one here. Charles Hellinger in the 13S. He'll start inside row 4 with Alex Finari in the 19B. Starting on the outside, Clinton Hauser in car number 22 and Richie Hartman in the 39. They will make up the 10 starters for this qualifier. And it looks like all 10 will take the green flag here as they work to get lined up. All right, we'll come to the green flag. This time, the field in the hands of Chase Laser and Nick Skias on the outside. Laser fires away, and here we go. Green flag back in the air. Skias tried to look to the inside. Everybody went for the bottom, and there wasn't enough room. And Dakota Bartlett is going to come out on the tough end of that with one other car collected back there. The 17 of Cody Siegel, the other car involved. All the front runners dove for the bottom there and led to a little bit of a chain reaction accordion effect there, and there just wasn't enough room for everybody on that bottom side. Tough break on the opening lap. Yeah, Bartlett was trying to get to the inside of Skias and probably thought Skias was going to run the middle or maybe the top, and when he committed to the bottom, Bartlett was already there. Alrighty, so they'll re-rack it and try it again. Row 3 will move up to row 2 and so on, still back. It'll be Dan Lane Jr. and Mike Rutherford making up that second row now. But still in the front row, Chase Laser, Nick Skias. Get ready to bring them down. So they'll come to get one to go, this time by Chase Laser, Nick Skias, making up the front with Danny Lane Jr. and Mike Rutherford starting on row 2. Charles Hellinger, Alex Finari there in row number 3. Clinton Hauser, Richie Hartman on row 4. And then the 17 of Cody Siegel, 29 to Dakota Bartlett. Got a rebound now from row number 5. Laser fires away, and here we go once again. Green flag back in the air. Laser clears, coming up off turn number 4, and he'll hold the spot for now. Skias going to try and roll the top side. Not quite as high up as Mike Rutherford, though. He'll have a big run up off turn 2, but not quite enough room to go with it. Skias will come back to the bottom. Rutherford will take the 3rd spot away and continue to rip the top side. See if he can make the move happen. He'll now cut back under Skias for the 2nd spot and make the move entering turn number 3. Mike Rutherford through to P2. Rutherford on the top side trying to close the gap. It's 4 car lengths. It's 3 car lengths back to turn number 3. Chase Laser hugging the bottom side trying to keep that thing going, but Mike Rutherford, the experienced one, trying to close in. Rutherford on the top side. Laser on the bottom side. Again, it's back to about a car length as they cross under the flag stand. 4 laps complete. Rutherford will have a run. He gets to the back bumper in turn number 3, and then they split lanes again. And you got to think it's not too much longer before Rutherford's going to have a shot to make a move here. 5 laps down, 5 laps to go. Here comes Rutherford looking inside. Laser able to close the door for now, but Rutherford trying to keep the nose under there. They'll go side by side under the flag stand. Laser closes the door, gets through the ruts a little bit, and that's going to allow Rutherford to carry the momentum up off turn 2 and complete the pass entering turn 3. New race leader, it's Mike Rutherford. On the outside, Danny Lane Jr. trying to see if he can enter his way into the fight. Trying to ride the cushion, but don't get too high on it. 2 laps to go. We'll see if he's got enough time. He's going to have to make up some more ground. Might need a yellow. But it's Mike Rutherford. Clear sailing out in front. White flag in the air. The past 2 qualifiers have been won by heat race winners earlier tonight. Rutherford would make it 3 in a row. And it looks like he's going to do just that. Coming off turn 4, Mike Rutherford to the checkered flag, takes home the final qualifier. Chase Laser second, then Danny Lane Jr., Richie Hartman, Nick Skias round out the top 5. Cody Siegel, Dakota Bartlett, Alex Finari, Clinton Hauser, and Charles Hellinger. Those are your 10 finishers in the final 270 qualifier.
It was really interesting to watch the lap times here on timing and scoring. Mike Rutherford was about a 1/10.5 quicker than Chase Laser every time out. As you're calling the gap closing, we can see fastest lap after fastest lap being set by the 5K. There's a reason Mike Rutherford has 8 straight track championships here in the 270 division.
You think so? Yeah, I'll tell you what. He knows how to get around here, no doubt, and he took him to school there in that qualifier. Have to see if anyone else can adjust, as he'll be a member of the A-Main, that pretty much for sure. Getting ready for the 125s to go off here. And the first qualifier, it'll look just like this. The 24 of Logan Road, he'll start on the pole. Steve Simmons in the 1Z, he'll start on the outside of row number 1. The $30 of Dominic Foster, he'll be inside of row number 2 with Nathan Weidman in the 25W on the outside. Mike Glass in car number 6 and Chase Laser in car 7L. They'll have to give him time to swap over to his 125, but he'll start on the outside of row 3. Jared St. John and Sam Borger, they'll make up row number 4. Dylan Yingst and Matt Fernsler. That's how the final row will look for the first 125 qualifier.
As we get ready to start rolling more qualifiers off onto the racetrack, I want to say a big thank you to everybody who's helped making the Race Chasing for Drivers and Fans Awards possible this weekend. $200 from Groff Trucking for the best 2-day combined finish in the 600 class. Awards 2 through 9 are all going to pay $50 for third place in the features. Coming tonight from Mike Skias Racing, Joe Keppel Racing, Ames Construction, and Ken and Janet. Wingless William Maurer coming up with $50 for the 600 Class High Flyer Award tonight. Tyler Hoke already picking up $25 from Ron Groff Trucking for winning tonight's Makeup Slingshot feature. $25 from Big Jim's Videos for the 600 feature winner this evening. Also have pile of awards going out, a total of 9 awards going out over the course of the last 2 days. Courtesy 2 from the National Racing Network, a pair from Hanley Livestock Hauling, Mike Knappenberger Photos, 2 from Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway, Kim's Creations picking up an award, Barry Angstadt as well, also Harrington Motorsports, and the Race Chasing Award Fund to bring the total up to $1,000 in cash awards to our drivers this evening. Those are all random draw winners from tonight's heat races. So I'm sure Mike Knappenberger is back there pulling those as we speak here, or at least will be shortly once he gets out of the infield for intermission. Getting ready to roll off here now, the 125 and 4-stroke qualifiers. Then it'll be time for intermission, and then we're going to do B-Main and feature racing here at the Clyde.
Everybody getting lined up and in the right positions here. And looks like this heat race will be 9 cars strong, with Dylan Yingst in the 112 being the one not able to get out there. So here we go, 9 cars ready to try and pick up some points here in the 125s. Logan Road, Steve Simmons, lead him down, green flags in the air, and Road gets out to the good jump. Simmons able to close the gap, though, back to turn number 1. Gets over the tractor tire, but hangs onto it, and now they make contact with Dominic Foster upside down and over about 3 times. That is the 19 of Matt Fernsler. Wild ride for Matt Fernsler, and have to see if they can get back here. Matt Fernsler is okay back there, just catching his breath, but driver is okay.
That's a good thing to hear because that was a wild, wild ride. We've seen several of those tonight. It seems like the cars dig in, and then it's just tumbling end over end.
Yeah, no doubt. And that all started coming up off turn 2. Everybody got kind of jammed up there, and Matt Fernsler, who was trying to make his way back to the front, remember got DQ'd in the heat race, trying to work his way from the back. Had a good start to that point. He'd worked up a few spots, but had not been able to avoid that contact and get out of the hornet's nest. They'll push Fernsler's car maybe back on the racetrack. Looks like they're going to do just that. So Matt Fernsler, a wild rollover, but it looks like they're going to try and get him back out there.
How about that, race fans? Big ovation for Matt Fernsler. Got to be a whole lot of brave and maybe a little bit crazy, but he's going to barrel roll that car 4 times down the back straightaway, tag into the back of the field. Matt Fernsler's ready to keep going.
Well, he's got all 4 tires on it. All the roll cage is still intact. Why not see if he can try it again? Got to give props, though, after that wild ride, but we'll see. Can he get just as good of a start as he did last time? He made a couple spots there on that initial start. We'll see if he can do it again. Logan Road leads him back to the green flag, and back underway we are. We'll try it again, and once again, that's Jared St. John who got over the left rear tire there at Chase Laser, but everybody keeps it straight. Battle for the lead is on to turn 3. Steve Simmons and Logan Road, and one car goes around, and the 22 of Jared St. John piles in to the $30 of Dominic Foster. He was the car that went around there. Matt Fernsler again just got away from that one, able to keep it going, but those 2 cars stopped over in the middle of turns 3 and 4. Racing to the inside. Oh.
Yeah, almost looked like Foster's just got a little bit too heavy on corner entry there, trying to get up onto the back bumper of Mike Glass, and he was the one on the losing end of that one. Now the safety crew working to get the 22 with Jared St. John and the 30 of Foster separated. Got to say a big thank you to every one of you race fans that are out here this weekend. I say it a lot, but man, you Central Pennsylvania race fans are the best sports fans on the planet. We appreciate you spending your Labor Day weekend with us. Hope you're enjoying the big show, night number 2 of the Bud Spring Service Labor Day Shootout. 3 more weeks of racing action coming up over the next several weeks, including first responders and veterans and armed forces night next weekend. Pink Out night on Saturday, September 19th. And we close things out September 26th with our Halloween Spooktacular. 3 more big party weekends coming up here at the Clyde.
They'll come around to get one to go this time by. Logan Road will be out in front of Steve Simmons, then Mike Glass, then Nate Weidman and Chase Laser, your top 5. Then it'll be Sam Borger, Matt Fernsler, and the 2 caution cars, Dominic Foster and Jared St. John, tacking on to the back of the pack. 1 lap in the books, 9 laps to go. Everybody gets stacked up a little bit, but here we go. Back on the loud pedal goes Logan Road, and we're back underway. Simmons, though, to the inside off turn 4. He's going to try and make the move entering turn 1. Give him a little hip check there and get the job done. Here comes Nate Laser 3 wide. He thought about making it, thought better of it entering turn 3. He'll leave Glass and Road to race side by side. for the second position. And Matt Fernsler up inside the top 5, trying to see if he can hold off Nate Weidman. Weidman will go to the inside, and he'll take over the 5th spot. As Laser now falling back, lost a couple spots there off the exit of turn 4, and Weidman will take the spot. Weidman going to look to the inside. Contact. Dominic Foster got up in the outside wall, and everybody else avoids him, but he'll come to a stop in turn number 3. That'll put us under the caution once again, and for the second time tonight in this qualifier, Dominic Foster runs into some issues.
Keeping an eye on that timing and scoring monitor, Mike Glass has set several fastest laps of the race. Now up in behind the 1Z is Steve Simmons. Looked like Foster just got up into Laser a little bit off the corner. Hard contact with the outside wall. Oh, Jared St. John with a very, very narrow escape there as well. But it'll be interesting to see how Mike Glass is able to react on this restart. The Fredericksburg Eagle Hotel number 6 MKG Racing entry. Mike has not had the last couple of seasons as great as he's had in years past here. Keep your eye on that number 6 machine.
Back to the green flag we go, and Steve Simmons gets away by about half a car length, make it 2 car lengths up off turn 4 as he pulls Mike Glass back to turn number 1. Nate Laser to the inside, power move up off the exit of turn 2, and Chase Laser gets through to the 2nd spot. Laser now will try to hunt down Steve Simmons for the position, as everybody's singled out, but pretty bunchly tight together. Logan Road and Nate Weidman will race side by side down the front straightaway. Give the spot to Weidman as they come through the center of turns 1 and 2. Road will now defend off the attack from Fernsler, and the battle is on for second. Chase Laser and Mike Glass, they'll race side by side under the flag stand, and Laser will try to keep the momentum up around the outside, and he'll clear once again up off turn 2. Glass will peek to the inside again. Laser knows he's there, but able to hold off the challenge for the time being. Matt Fernsler races inside Logan Road, that for the 5th spot, and Fernsler will complete the pass entering turn 3. White flag in the air. It's Steve Simmons by about half a car length over Chase Laser. Laser going to have one more shot. We got a caution and a car upside down. It's Logan Road on his lid, and Matt Fernsler got collected in that as well.
Hearing that incident may have started as far back as the back straightaway, with those cars starting to make contact with each other. The 19 of Matt Fernsler, I believe, and the 24 of Logan Road, both involved. Safety crew over quickly to upright Logan Road's machine.
Yeah, we had mentioned as they were coming back to as the leaders were coming back to the white flag, they were racing side by side on the back straightaway all the way through 3 and 4, and then all the way down in 1 and 2. Things finally came to a head. Have to see if they can get either of those cars back out there.
For those of you that are watching the National Racing Network live stream, yeah, that incident started off at turn 2 a lap earlier. Contact between Fernsler and Logan Road. Road back on the back bumper of Fernsler into 1 and 2. Stuffed it in big, deep. Oh, no. Pretty hard hit for Logan Road. I would imagine that's going to be the end of the night for him. Logan now out of the race car. Good to see that. Matt Fernsler going on the hook as well.
Matt Fernsler, who started this qualifier with a flip of his own down the back straightaway, didn't do damage to the car, but unfortunately that incident with Logan Road has, and they'll tow him back and have to see if that's the end of his night as well. He'll have to come from deep in the B main if he has any chance to make it to the A, and that's if they can get that car repaired. One to go in the hand of the starter, Mike Fry. They'll bring him back here. 1 lap to run. Steve Simmons out in front. Then it's Chase Laser. He'll line up in second spot. Mike Glass in third. Nate Weidman in fourth. And Sam Borger going to round out the top 5 with Jared St. John tacking on in sixth. Half a dozen cars for one lap and some valuable points on the line in this first 125 qualifier. They'll come down to the backstretch restart zone. They'll come past the cone. Green flag in the air, and Simmons jumps out by about a car length and a half. Laser trying to power his way inside. Going to need a big move down here in 3 and 4. Doesn't look like he's going to be close enough. Steve Simmons to the checkered flag wins qualifier number 1. Then it's Nate Laser. Then it's Mike Glass. Then it's Nate Weidman, Sam Borger, and Jared St. John rounding out the 6 finishers.
Couple of more qualifiers coming up for the 125s and 4-strokes. Then we'll have the intermission period. Remember, we will not be opening the pit gates at intermission tonight, race fans. So hopefully we can bring that back for you next weekend. But still have a whole lot more racing coming up tonight. 7 B mains are on the cards before we get to the feature action. You heard that one right. 7 B mains.
And we'll get into that beehive later tonight, coming up after the intermissions. But for now, we've got 2 more qualifiers yet to come for the 125s. Here's the second one. It'll be Jillian Maurer in car number 25, starting on the pole. Zach Hollinger in the 3H. She'll start alongside Mike Cohen in car 26C. Will start on the inside of row 2. Darren Miller in the 647 starts on the outside. Heat race winner Cassidy Michael in the 57K. She'll start inside row 3 with Marty Bryan in car number 16 on the outside. Sarah Bohr in the 78 and Zach Young in the 3Y. They make up row number 4. Riley Simmons and Justin Harrington slated to make up the 4th and final row. Looks like Zach Young and Justin Harrington not out there, so we'll have 8 cars and maybe 7 here as Riley Simmons has come to a stop at the exit of turn number 2.
Looked like that car might have thrown the chain down the back straightaway. We'll see if they're going to be able to get that car refired, but I think that's going to be the end of the night for the 44 of Riley Simmons. We talked a little bit earlier about how Cliff Bryan Jr., we call him the surgeon. Well, Marty Bryan, I think his nickname might be the 6-shooter because the kid's aggressive as all get out, and he's going to go just about wherever he needs to go. But that's 16, you can pretty much expect to see him along the outside wall. About a quarter of a lap into the green flag run here.
We'll have to see if that prediction holds true. He'll start from 6, so he's got a lot of cars to pass here. See if he can make his way to the front. At the front, Jillian Maurer and Zach Hollinger will lead them down to the green flag. Back to the start zone they come. Maurer takes off, green flag in the air. And we're back underway with the qualifiers. Hollinger trying to ride the outside. 3 wide to the inside. Comes Mike Cohen. He makes the move. Everybody goes high and scatters. And off the pace upstairs is going to be the pole sitter, the 25 of Jillian Maurer, after she and Zach Hollinger made some contact. And Maurer's come to a stop at the exit of turn number 2.
That all started with a 26C of Mike Cohen trying to make the big move to the inside. I heard you say it last night. He went for a gap that might not have been there yet. It was a similar situation here. The gap was opening. It just wasn't fully open yet. Cohen making contact, basically bottling everybody up 3 wide in the middle of the corner. Unfortunately for Jillian Maurer, she's the one that comes to a stop against the outside wall.
Yeah, once again, it was a bold move to the inside. And Cohen was there, but as you said, I don't think they knew they were 3 wide, and that made it a precarious situation. And now Maurer will tack on to the back of the pack. Zach Hollinger will now inherit the pole for this restart with Mike Cohen on the outside. So we won't have to make that 3 wide move again. Darren Miller and Cassidy Michael, they'll make up row number 2. And here we go. Take 2 of qualifier number 2. Green flag, back in the air. The inside gets a great jump. Hollinger through to the lead. Miller trying to get through to second spot, and he'll do just that with Marty Bryan on the inside trying to get through to third from the inside of row 3. Won't get it done quite yet. Michael Cohen able to hold him off. And then Cassidy Michael, who won the heat race earlier, rounds out the top 5, trying to see if she can make her way through the pack. Cohen got a little bit loose up off turn 2. That'll open the door for Marty Bryan inside. A little bit of contact, but they stay straight. And they'll race side by side down the front straightaway. Cohen back in front as they enter turn 1. Bryan will try to cross him back under as they exit turn number 2. And he'll get the job done once again in turn 3. Defend the bottom side and clear for good coming off turn 4. He'll set his sights on the 647 of Darren Miller. Zach Hollinger out in front by about 4 car lengths. The battle is on for second. Darren Miller and Marty Bryan. Bryan trying to apply pressure to the bumper of that 647. Not able to make the move yet, but now he might have a shot. Miller had a little bit of a moment up off turn 4, and that's going to give Bryan the opportunity to clear. Entering turns 1 and 2, Miller not going to be able to get the momentum to get back to him, and Marty Bryan from an initial 6th place start up to second spot here with 4 laps to go. We'll see if he's got anything for Zach Hollinger. Meanwhile, Cassidy Michael to the inside of Michael Cohen trying to make her way through the pack. Cohen shuts the door ever so slightly entering the corner, but they'll race side by side up off turn 4, and Michael will clear entering turn number 1. Cohen trying to get back to the inside. Michael going to try and pinch him off, and will do just that. Cassidy Michael now hangs on to the 4th position. And Marty Bryan is closing the gap on Zach Hollinger. He just ran the fastest lap of the race, a 12.429, and he is there. White flag is in the air. 1 lap to go. Zach Hollinger, Marty Bryan to settle it in this qualifier. Bryan trying to get the drive up off turn 2. Not gonna get there, and Zach Hollinger will pull to the checkered flag, and by about 3/4 of a car length will win over Marty Bryan, Darren Miller, Cassidy Michael, Michael Cohen, Jillian Maurer, and Sarah Bohr. Those are your 7 finishers for qualifier number 2. Final margin of victory, 12/100ths of a second there, just over 1/10 of a second separating Zach Hollinger and Marty Bryan. Not quite as close as 7/1000ths of a second that we saw earlier tonight in the 600s, but Marty Bryan was putting on the pressure, that's for sure.
Really impressed with the drive there for Cassidy Michael. Wonder if the contact that Mike Cohen had earlier in the race didn't upset the handling of that car just a little bit, because he started to fall back after the restart. Really nice drive by Cassidy. She was able to get past Cohen and then made the car just wide enough that Cohen didn't have anywhere that he could go to get around her.
And after winning her heat race and finishing 4th in that qualifier, that should give Cassidy Michael plenty enough points to transfer into tonight's 125 A main. But we'll know for sure at the end of qualifier number 3, final qualifier of the night, before we head into the alphabet soup. It'll be Tyler Martin and Brandon Shear on the front row, cars 26 and 29. Then Kyle Lindsay in the 28. He'll be on the inside of row 2 with Austin Grebe in the 46 alongside him. Holden Ekman in car number 11H, and Cliff Bryan, the other heat race winner in car number 99, start on row number 3. Shane Davis in the 13, Ron Young in the 18, and Drayson Laser in the 62 LR. They're slated to round out the field. And Drayson Laser's car has come to a stop at the exit of turn number 2. Have to see if they can get that car back going here. They'll try to give him a push start with the four-wheeler. And finally, after about half a lap, they're able to get that 62 LR to crank. And then it looks like it's going to shut off again.
After this qualifier race, we're going to have a very short 10-minute intermission break. Not much more time than for the track workers to run to the restroom, grab a quick bite to eat on the way back to their post. 10-minute intermission, and again, no pit gates opening following the conclusion of this qualifier.
So they'll push Drayson Laser's car back to the pit area. We'll have 8 cars to settle it here for 10 laps in this 125 qualifier. Again, it's Tyler Martin and Brandon Shear making up row number 1. That pink accented number 26 going to lead him down to the green flag. Stand on the gas, here we go. Martin able to clear entering turn number 3, but coming back off turn 4 is Shear. He'll come to the inside, but Martin able to clear. Coming up off turn 2, here's Austin Graby to the inside. He'll try to make the move for second and continue to hug the bottom. They'll race door handle to door handle, metaphorically of course, off into turn number 1, and Graby will complete the pass. Holden Ekman up to 4th position from his 5th starting spot. He's able to get under Cliff Bryan. Clips the tractor tire there, but hangs onto it and keeps the pursuit on for 3rd spot. 5 cars under a blanket on this Sunday, September night. Here comes Ekman to the inside. Nothing doing down there yet. Cliff Bryan will go to the outside, try to see if he can make a move happen as Ekman peeks inside Shear for spot number 3. Shear able to clear up off. Now Ekman going to have to worry about Cliff Bryan Jr. in the 99. Yesterday night's 125 winner. That was when they had the wings on him. Looks like he's pretty strong without the wings as well. He'll get 2 cars up off the exit of turn 2. Austin Graby falls back to 4th spot. Bryan going to see if he can get Shear here maybe, or at least try to set him up for a move as they come off turn 2. A little bit of contact. And Bryan going to peek to the outside, see if he can ride the middle. And they will race down the front straightaway. Shear hangs on to the spot for now, but nobody getting away from anybody with 4 laps to go. Cliff Bryan Jr. back to the inside. They'll race wheel to wheel entering turn 3. Bryan gives him a bit of a hip check and gets on by for second, and he'll set his sights on Tyler Martin. Bumper to bumper, the front 4. Holden Ekman goes around in turns 1 and 2. Clipped one of the tractor tires down in the center of 3 and 1 and 2. Racing in the 5th position, trying to find his way under Austin Graby for 4th, and instead he'll fall to the back.
Cliff Bryan Jr. had just about completed the pass to Tyler Martin for the race lead. Coming off of turn number 4, the caution will negate the efforts, but Tyler Martin knows that Cliff's there now, and it's one of those things the drivers talk about. They don't have mirrors. You're really doing it by feel, but once you can see the car come up alongside and you know who it is, you know how they're going to drive you and how hard you have to drive them. Definitely something Tyler Martin's going to have in the back of his mind at this point.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see if he can hold him off with 3 laps yet to run. They'll push Holden Ekman's car back out, and he'll tack onto the back of the field in the 8th position. It'll be Tyler Martin, then Cliff Bryan Jr., Brandon Shear, Austin Graby, Kyle Lindsay, Shane Davis, Ron Young, and Holden Ekman. Those are 8 drivers in order, coming back to 3 laps to go. Martin stands on it, and away we go. Cliff Bryan Jr. not letting him get away through the entrance at turn 3. And about a third of a car length separate them down into turn number 1. That third of a car length is gone. Cliff Bryan Jr. there on the back bumper, coming through turns 3 and 4, but Martin able to hold the spot for now as they come under the twin sticks. Bryan trying to see if he can get enough momentum up off. Lost a little bit there off turn 2. Tyler Martin able to hang on until he can't. And around he goes through the center of turns 3 and 4. Maybe try to get back to the gas just a hair too early, and it cost him as he goes around, clips the 5th set of tires over there at the exit of turn 4, and that's going to give the lead to Cliff Bryan Jr. As Brent Shear has now pulled into the infield, he's got some sort of an issue on that 29 car, so it looks like his qualifier has come to an end. And yeah, Martin had about a car length lead over Cliff Bryan Jr. entering turn number 3, but just over-rotated it ever so slightly and couldn't get it back. He'll tack on to the back of the field and restart in 7th with 2 laps to run.
Cliff Bryan Jr. making a very uncharacteristic unforced error earlier tonight. You can see he's put that out of his mind. Back up at the lead of this one. This race really is Cliff Bryan's to lose. Let's see what Austin Graby has for him.
Well, he'll lead Graby back to turn 3 by about a car length. 2 laps to go. And Bryan and Graby have checked out. Holden Ekman looking to the inside of Shane Davis. That for the 4th spot. Ekman going to try and power up off, and he will get the pass done. Entering turn number 3. Back to the white flag. Cliff Bryan Jr. by about 3 car lengths over Austin Graby. Guy who took the big checkered flag last night. He comes from 6th to 1st in the qualifier, and Cliff Bryan Jr. takes this checkered flag in the qualifier. Austin Graby takes it home 2nd. Holden Ekman got past Kyle Lindsay at the line for 3rd. Shane Davis is in 5th. Tyler Martin brings it home in 6th, and Ron Young rounds out the finishers in 7th.
With that, we're going to hit the intermission period, so we'll get all the track workers a short 10-minute break. And then we will kick things off with the Hyper Racing Wingless 600 B mains. We have 3 of them coming up. You don't want to miss any of this racing action, ladies and gentlemen. Top 2 in each race will transfer to tonight's A main. I want to thank Casey for stepping in here, and he'll be hanging out with us for a little bit for the B mains as well. And looking forward to having him on the mic again over the course of the season as well. Coming up next weekend, once again, First Responders, Military Appreciation, and Veterans Night will be celebrated here at Lanco's Clyde Martin Memorial Speedway. Coming up on September 19th, it's our annual Pink Out Night. Fantastic night already this season up at Big Diamond Speedway, put on by the folks from Kim's Creations, and we'll be doing that here in just a couple of weeks. You can get your Pink Out shirts as well as your Lancaster City Canine and Mounted Unit Pink Out shirts as well. You can back the blue by wearing your pink here on Saturday, September 19th. September 26th, we'll round out the 2020 season with our Halloween special. And that will be our last racing night of the season. Have to say a big thank you to Meshi Motorsports and driver Olivia Thayer for all the toy donations for the Kids Club and the Kids Day festivities we had earlier this year. We pulled a bunch of names out here for the Kids Club members. In the 600s tonight, if you catch the football autographed by the winning driver, you can head down to Victory Lane, get your photo taken with a race winner. Now is your chance to get up to the Kim's Creations photo and novelty stand and the Not Your Mama's Kitchen concession stand. In fact, we have one more set of winners to call from the Not Your Mama's Kitchen Labor Day raffle. And this is some of the names for the big prizes. If you're one of the last 2 names we call, you're going to want to head on up there because your prizes are pretty spectacular. Nat Englerth from Denver, Pennsylvania. Nat Englerth from Denver, PA. The Pinkertons from Ellenville, New York. Jim Berg, no address listed for him. Jackie Emerson from Lebanon, Pennsylvania, and Brady Simmons from Akron, Pennsylvania. Make sure you head on up to the Not Your Mama's Kitchen concession stand. Claim your prizes for the Labor Day raffle. Here's your full list of 15 winners from tonight. Amanda Rach from Newark, Delaware. Bruce Horst, Ephrata, Pennsylvania. Pat Holly from Pottsville, PA. Matt Stoltzfus, Jason Boyer, Jason Hoft from Reading, Pennsylvania. Travis Walmer from Denver, PA. Jeff Lukenbill from Setzer, Pennsylvania. Bobby Mrokad from Birdsboro, PA. John Rodriguez from Fredericksburg. Nat Englerth from Denver, PA. The Pinkerins, from Ellenville, New York. Jim Berg, Jackie Emerson from Lebanon, and Brady Simmons from Akron, Pennsylvania. If you're here tonight, head on up to the Not Your Mama's Kitchen concession stand. You are our 15 prize winners this evening. Need to wish a very happy 8th birthday to Kaylee Cup, coming this Tuesday from Cup Racing and the Swavely Racing teams. And we have a whole pile of lap sponsor money that's going to be going out the door here. 30 different lap award winners for all 30 laps in our feature events tonight, plus hard chargers and hard luck awards. In the 600 Wingless show, we have $50 to the highest finisher with TSL shocks, We'll get the list posted on our Facebook and Twitter channels here, because like we said, these are massive lists of prize money that are going out the door here. Every lap has sponsor dollars attached to it.
Can I have the following 600 drivers please meet me up here at the gate? Alex Bright, Cody West, Steve Trevicki, Preston.
If you love them enough to crawl into a play place to get them to come down, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're in the right car seat.
Free Geek Pen is an electronics recycling center which specializes in restoring electronics to usable condition. They turn salvageable parts from donated equipment into working electronics for those on a budget. The best part is your old gear doesn't end up in a landfill. Free Geek Pen also does computer repair. Find them online at freegeekpen.org. Give them a call at 717-721-2494 or stop by the shop on Main Street in Ephrata. Think freegeekpen.org.
At 600cc Performance, our roots run deep in CC racing. A leader in fuel injection, dyno tuning, wiring, and diagnostics. With over 15 years of experience in building and tuning, you can count on us to get you to the winner's circle. Whether it is diagnostics, sales, or service, 600cc Performance is your source for everything CC racing. Find out more at 600ccperformance.com.
If there's one thing every car guy hates, it's cleaning the garage. Do you want to take most of the time and hassle out of that job? Then call Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey. Agnes and her crew will have your garage, shop, basement, or even your porch looking great all the time. With unique patterns and designs, plus the ability to incorporate your logo or any artwork, your space will never have looked better. Installation is done in 1 day, guaranteed, and Zone Garage offers a 20-year warranty on the top coat. Their coatings are durable, anti-slipped, and impact resistant. Give them a call at 570-856-6067. That's 570-856-6067 for Zone Garage of Eastern Pennsylvania and New Jersey.
I'm heading out, man. You want to ride?
No, I got my car back. I actually really need to go to the bathroom.
Dude, are you okay?
I am definitely buzzed.
Yeah.
I think I will take this and I will take that ride home.